Please be seated. Members, standards of debate on a number of occasions have indicated to members that intend to return to the Assembly standards of debate. Our standards of debate are often referred to in the context of the first element, the standard of remarks made about other members. However, there has been a decreased focus on the second element, which is the concept of debate itself. If the Assembly is to be serious about its scrutiny role, having a strong culture of debate is vital. Our existing standards of debate of good temper, courtesy, moderation and respect towards other members would be expected in any legislature. They simply require members to demonstrate good manners and focus on the arguments being made rather than on the person making them. In April 2023, I reminded members that these standards operate alongside the legal right to freedom of expression, which means that members may sometimes choose to express their views forcefully and in terms that others would not use themselves. Members know that my general approach is that regardless of my own opinion on the views expressed by a member, it is my role to protect their right to say it. Requiring members to exercise care in their language and have civility in our exchanges is not intended to and should not prevent passionate and robust debate. While there has to be some level of procedure to ensure our business runs smoothly, effective members will be able to find ways to make the points they want to make in the appropriate way at the appropriate time. In my time in the Assembly since 1998, I've been privileged to witness political giants who passionately articulated their own cause, engaging in debate. However, they also realised they had to give as good as they could take. The freedom to challenge and to express different views in the debate are core to this Assembly's core functions of exercising scrutiny, holding ministers to account and representing our constituents. Proper debate is about having the opportunity to state your own views and listening, responding to and challenging the views of others. Some members increasingly concentrate only on stating their own opinions. Technology has created a temptation for members to deliver a pre-scripted text in the chamber, shortly after which they leave to issue a clip of their speech on social media. If debate was only about a series of members reading out pre-scripted thoughts on an issue without interaction, there would be no need for an Assembly chamber. We could just do it by email. I'm also concerned about the tendency to raise points of order with the Chair about the normal cut and thrust of debate, rather than challenge these points themselves. In April 2021, my predecessor circulated 10 practical principles of debate to set out what our standards of debate mean in practice for members. I am today expanding those principles to ensure they focus not only on interactions between members, but also on having a strong culture of debate and challenge. I sought to capture a range of our wider procedures and conventions relating to debate, including being present to hear the arguments of others, taking interventions, being able to respond to other points, and challenging those who make assertions and points to which you may disagree. I also note members who, as soon as they make their point in the chamber during a debate, dash off afterwards, which is wholly inappropriate and rude to the other members who have sat waiting patiently and to hear the contribution that that member made. I can't enforce members doing that or to stop them doing it, but nonetheless, it isn't the convention and it's not something that I view very well. When the Assembly has responsibility for making legislation which impacts on people's lives, it is vital that members are able to probe all the arguments before the Assembly takes a decision. And it's my role to encourage the conditions for members to be able to exercise effective scrutiny and accountability in the chamber. Having been a minister myself, I want to be absolutely certain that ministers get appropriate scrutiny and they don't get off the hook easily. They need to be able to answer the questions that members bring before them. And I always want to ensure that ministers get robust challenge, and if they feel they're being challenged too robustly, maybe they shouldn't be in the job. I therefore encourage all members to take time to reflect on the principles I have set out, and I'll be forwarding this letter to all members, those who aren't here today. Thank you for listening, members, and we now move to member statements. And I call Aoife Finnegan.
I rise today to pay a tribute to an extraordinary woman, Rosie Tennyson, who was awarded the Spirit of the Triathlon at Camla Triathlon a few weeks ago. This special award was established by the loved ones of Brendan Carr, a much-missed member of our community who tragically passed away. Brendan had a deep love for the triathlon, and this award honours his memory by recognising those who embody courage, determination and resilience, qualities Rosie Tennyson has in abundance. Rosie's journey is nothing short of inspirational. She lost her mother to breast cancer at the age of 9, and her father passed away in 2003. In 2010, she suffered the loss of a child who died in her arms shortly after birth. In 2016, Rosie lost her leg following years of battling vascular malformation, and in 2018, she faced breast cancer, carrying the same genetic mutation of her late mother, and underwent chemotherapy and double mastectomy. Despite all of this, Rosie continues to push forward. Last year, she was unable to take part in the triathlon after collapsing, having suffered two rare brain syndromes. Yet this year, she returned, supported by her amazing team, and completed the triathlon with unwavering spirit. Rosie is also a devoted mother of 5 children, including her son Anton, who lives with multiple carers. Her strength is not only seen in her physical achievements, but in her how she raises her family and uplifts her community. Rosie Tennyson is the epitome of resilience, courage and hope. Her story touches everyone who hears it, and I know that Brendan Carr's family could not have chosen a more deserving recipient of this year's award. Gurmila Mayagov.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The weekend past was Open Farm Weekend, where townies like me got an opportunity to connect with farms and farm families, where they showcase Northern Ireland's farms and the food that come from them. This is an annual event organised by the Ulster Farmers Union, and this year saw a couple of dozen farms throwing open their gates for the public to enjoy and better understand the rich rural farming way of life and how food on the farm is produced. As a townie with zero farming background for many generations of my family, I visited the Glebe farm just outside Limavady, where over the weekend they provided a really interesting and fun experience for the general public, some of whom had never been on a farm in their lives. Glebe Farm was just one such example, where local schools attended it on Friday and the public on Saturday and Sunday, which afforded an opportunity to meet some of the animals, where live cooking demonstrations of local produce took place, and various other games and tours were enjoyed by those attending. I want to thank Glebe Farm for their warm welcome from this chamber, and encourage anyone visiting the Limavady area to drop by their farm shop to sample the very best of local produce. I also want to thank the Ulster Farmers Union for affording the wider public and schools the opportunity to learn how local farming is so important to all our futures. At a time in which the farming community has been under so much pressure, the Open Farm Weekend venture provides a positive lift in these challenging times for such a key sector in our province's way of life. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister for Economy announced her plans to improve our current post-19 offering for SEN learners. And this is an issue that we have discussed many times in this chamber, and I again, as many did yesterday, want to pay tribute to Alma and other campaigners from Caleb's Cause and all other campaigners in this area who have worked so hard to highlight the need for intervention and reform in this area. And whilst any progress and improvement will be welcome, the announcement yesterday for many has not gone far enough. There is much to welcome. The new assessment and support model within further education will undoubtedly provide legal protections for young SEN learners moving through that pathway. And the Minister then says that she will also raise the issue with health-based pathways with the Health Minister and work with other executive colleagues. But from my perspective, this should have been the focus right back when we began looking at this issue when these institutions were restored. This is a cross-cutting issue. It doesn't just impact the Department for Economy, it impacts the Education Department, it impacts the Health Department, it has connections with communities. It's vital that in this sort of issue that our executive ministers show leadership and come together and bring forward real solutions, not just in terms of service delivery, which is vitally important, and that was welcome in the announcement yesterday that those pathways are going to be scoped out and improved and enhanced wherever they can. But legislatively, we need to have ambition for executive ministers to come together and bring forward solutions that deal with the cross-cutting aspect of the issues and work for everybody. And this is undoubtedly a cross-cutting issue. These departments will have to work together if we're going to deliver change meaningfully. Each of the departments have a role to play in supporting our children and young people with SEN, and therefore they must form part of the solution. Ministers tell us often that we do collaborate, that we do work together, but sometimes it's hard to see the evidence of it, and it feels that the silo-based mentality is embedded in our system. So the Economy Minister's plans, as I have already acknowledged, will, I really do sincerely hope, support those young people moving out of school and into further education. But for those pupils who are looking for a voluntary sector placement, who need to follow a health pathway, for whom apprenticeships or voluntary work is more appropriate, where is the support for them? How will their experiences be improved? So there are still hundreds of children and young people with SEN for whom yesterday's announcement will not have changed anything for their future, and they must not be forgotten. So today I call again on all of those departments to please get around the table and demonstrate true collaborative working to deliver a comprehensive legislative solution that will protect and provide for our young people, regardless of the pathway that they follow when they leave school.
Dan Armstrong.
Speaker, I rise to congratulate women rugby players from Fermanagh and South Tyrone following the recent announcement of their inclusion in the Ulster Interpro squad. It is a proud moment for the parents, coaches and friends of all these girls, and no less an exceptionally proud moment for the parents of India Daly, who has been selected as captain, following in the footsteps of another Skins woman captain, Catherine Dane. India and her colleagues Moya Hill, Sophie Barrett, Lucy Thompson and Sophie Meek returned to the squad from previous Interpros. This year they are joined by fellow Skins players Rebecca Beacom and Farah Carton-McCluskey, and this brings representation from Enniskillen Rugby Football Club and the Ulster Interpro squad to 7 players. But additionally, Fermanagh and South Tyrone is also well represented by Clogher Valley's Katie Hetherington and Siobhan Sheeran. This is well-earned recognition for the consistent hard work these girls have put in throughout the season, and a great reflection of the groundwork being put in by players and coaches. I wish them well as they progress to competition, and no doubt the supporters will be cheering them on during the competition. Thank you.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, I rise today with a heavy heart and a clear call to conscience. What is happening in Gaza is not just a humanitarian crisis, it is a full-scale collapse of human protection and public health. And we must name it for what it is, a moral failure by the international community. Earlier this month, a number of doctors from British medical teams recently returned from Gaza. They shared a stark picture of conditions on the ground, evidence-based, first-hand and beyond denial. The statistics from the Gaza Ministries of Health speak for themselves, and they should shake us. 22 of Gaza's 38 hospitals are out of service. Only 30 of 105 primary care centres are still functioning. Bed occupancy is at 106, meaning patients lie on floors and corridors or not at all. Over 47% of essential drugs and 65% of medical consumables are gone, completely out of stock. The surgical infrastructure has been decimated. Only 50 operating rooms are functioning under catastrophic conditions, down from 104. Just 9 oxygen stations remain partially operational, out of 34. Gaza now has no functioning MRI machines at all and only 7 TC scanners left. Behind these numbers are human lives. 41% of kidney failure patients have died during the war. 477 patients died waiting to travel for treatment that they never received. 60 children have died of malnutrition in a world of abundance. Yesterday, over 20 people were murdered as they queued for food. Let me repeat that. Children are dying of hunger and patients are dying because they cannot access care or because the care that they need no longer exists. Access to humanitarian aid and medical support is not a luxury, it is a legal right and a moral imperative. Today I say with deep conviction, we cannot claim ignorance. We know what is happening, it has been documented, it has been testified, and it has been witnessed by doctors and aid workers alike. What we lack is not evidence. What we lack is action. So I call on every government, every international actor and every voice of conscience to demand immediate and unimpeded humanitarian access, protection for medical staff, facilities and supplies, a coordinated plan for a long-term reconstruction of Gaza's health system, led for and by Palestinians. Speaker, this is not politics, this is humanity, and it is a time that we choose to defend it.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, I rise this morning to briefly today to discuss the issue of equal access to services for the treatment of people with cancer. Previously, I wrote to the Minister in respect of provision for the use of cold caps for treatment for cancer patients to support those who are chemotherapy-induced alopecia. The response indicated that due to system pressures, this is not being routinely commissioned nor prioritised for introduction, despite the fact that it's available across the 26 counties and GB. Additionally, when I queried projected annual staffing costs and a timeline for the delivery of stereotactic ablative radiotherapy, which is precision targeting form of radiotherapy for the North West Cancer Centre, they do have the equipment. I was advised that given annual staffing costs could be in the region of $284,000 to recruit therapeutic radiographers and medical physicians to support the service, a lack of identified funding means no timeline for introduction can be provided. I wanted to raise this issue today as if it's several local people contact me in respect of the issue of income-based health inequalities, voicing serious frustrations at a very difficult time in their life at how only those who can afford to go privately have other options available to them in relation to cancer treatments. While I fully appreciate the need for sustained investment in primary and community care and in various specialised services, I have to speak up as an MLA for Foyle and as Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Cancer for my constituents across Derry City and the North West who face significant health and social inequalities. I want to ask the Minister and his department to explore ways, particularly in the context of the North West, to strengthen cross-border collaboration on healthcare, to be more innovative and to work closer on the treatment of cancers and deliver better experiences for patients across our small island. This would include in the context of supporting the All-Ireland Cancer Network and the development of improved cancer policy and research, alongside meeting the existing need for additional services such as those previously outlined, which have so far have been refused. I urge the Minister to reconsider whether these services can be implemented to support the delivery of the key principle of universal health coverage for our citizens to have access to the full range of services where and when they need them. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, Northern Ireland is no stranger to success in sport on the international stage, but I think I can speak on behalf of the whole House in congratulating the Northern Ireland darts team who won the World Cup in Frankfurt on Sunday for the very first time. Josh Rock and Darryl Gurney have done this part of the world hugely proud by their success. Mr. Speaker, this was the first time that the pair had played darts together, and what a success it was, fending off challenges from teams right across the globe who were more highly ranked than them, defeating the Republic of Ireland in the semi-final and then going on to win the final on Sunday evening. The whole of our province, Mr. Speaker, were glued to their television as the historic 10-9 victory came in late on Sunday evening. And it is only right, Mr. Speaker, that I and this House express our congratulations that Northern Ireland is once again flying the flag across the globe. Thank you.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I rise to make a member statement in the week of World Refugee Day, which is on Friday of this week. The events of the past week have cast a long, harsh light on the state of our society at present and the collective responsibilities we all now share, and the fact that that has happened would demonstrate why we need such a day. It is no longer enough to condemn racism and hatred from a distance. We must face the uncomfortable truth that bigotry continues to exist here and has again manifested itself in the acts of violence. What has taken place is not just a wake-up call, but a stark reminder of how much work still needs to be done in order to build a truly inclusive and safe society in Northern Ireland. The fear and trauma experienced by those targeted in these riots, many of whom have come here seeking safety and peace, represent not only an attack on individuals, but on the values we claim to uphold as a society. As of 2024, approximately 3,000 individuals across Northern Ireland were receiving asylum support. These are people who have already endured unimaginable hardship, and the recent violence shows just how vulnerable they remain. This is a clear signal that we must do more to ensure that no one lives in fear because of their skin colour, country of origin, nor their religion. In South Belfast, like many areas in Northern Ireland, we've seen asylum seekers and refugees become integral parts of the fabric of our communities and neighbourhoods. However, we must acknowledge that the process of integration is not without its challenges. Recent research from Queen's University of Belfast highlights persistent barriers in housing, employment, healthcare and social cohesion. Challenges like these must be listened to and dealt with head-on to ensure a successful and inclusive integration process. Integration must begin from the moment individuals arrive in our communities, and it is not just about providing temporary accommodation, but instead giving refugees the tools and resources they need to sustain and thrive in our community. The Executive Office's recently published Refugee Integration Strategy offers a strong starting point. It outlines a holistic approach, recognising that true integration needs more than securing a job or a place to live. In South Belfast, we have seen firsthand the valuable contribution refugees make to our economy, our culture and our community. They are our neighbours, our colleagues and our classmates, yet many continue to face prejudice, now compounded by the threat of violence. We must recognise that this is a pivotal moment in our society. These racist riots are not isolated incidents, but symptoms of deeper and more systemic problems, one rooted in prejudice and exclusion. Thank you.
And I rise this morning almost in disbelief at the continued genocide upon the people of Palestine in Gaza. And just as the Israeli apartheid regime prevails, so too does the suppression of any voice that dares to stand against it. We watch on as Israel murders, literally starves women, men and children to death. And as the international community complies with the narrative and agenda of a rogue state, we can watch the colonial systems kick into gear to silence anyone who dares to criticise what none of us should be able to bear. We in Sinn Féin stand in solidarity with all of those who took part in the march to Gaza over the course of the weekend, particularly the Irish contingent, and we bemoan the fact that the Egyptian authorities blocked their entry. Similarly, we congratulate and commend all of those on board the Freedom Flotilla. We extend solidarity to the bravery of those who took part in the Madeleine attempt to break the blockade, and again criticise the piracy of the IDF who illegally arrested those on board. And as tomorrow dawns close, we commend the defiance of Liam O'Hany and his bandmates, who took a stand for humanity despite massive personal risk to both their careers and their reputations. Whilst Israel commits war crimes and starves babies to death, There is a responsibility on anyone with a platform to speak up and stand out against it. Whilst we can watch a genocide on live stream on our phone screens, we should be able to speak up and stand against it. And we commend all of those who do so and encourage anyone who has not thus far to start. Gurmila Mayagov.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Today I rise to celebrate the outstanding success of the Royal Landings event held on Saturday in Carrickfergus, despite what could only be described as truly horrific weather conditions. Thousands of people flocked to our historic town to witness the reenactment of King William III, event of deep historical and cultural significance. For Carrickfergus, this is one of the key annual celebrations, drawing visitors from across Northern Ireland and beyond. I want to place on record a huge thank you to all that attended, and a particular word of appreciation goes to the marching bands from across Northern Ireland, even as far as Liverpool, who put on a truly terrific display. We were also treated to an outstanding array of musical and dance performances, celebrating our Ulster Scots heritage, alongside the many local musicians who showcased their talent and passion with pride, and fantastic historical reenactment groups who made history come very much alive. But this wouldn't be possible without the support of our funders. My sincere thanks to go to Mid and East Antrim Borough Council, the Ulster Scots, Clonmel and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive for their continued recognition that events like this bring enormous cultural and social and economic benefits to our town. It was wonderful to see so many young people involved throughout the day, which clearly shows that our traditions are alive, well and thriving. A special moment on Saturday was the presentation of a new trophy, gifted by Stormont LOL 2015, in memory of the late David Hilditch MLA, a man who we all know served Carrickfergus with immense pride. And congratulations go to the Ulster Grenadiers Flute Band, who were very worthy winners of this award. We were also honoured to welcome DUP Deputy Leader Michelle McIlveen to the parade, and I also acknowledge support as far away as Fermanagh and South Tyrone, with Miss Deborah Erskine in attendance as well. This incredible event is organised by a very small group of dedicated volunteers from the Craig Committee, and I want to especially thank Darren McAllister for his tireless work in the months leading up to the day, and it is a privilege to work alongside him. As we look ahead to 2026, we do so with excitement and with our fingers crossed for much better weather. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning to pay tribute to two outstanding ambassadors for Northern Ireland. Two men whose skill, determination and passion have placed them firmly on the world stage and brought immense honour to our province and to my own constituency of North Antrim. First, I want to extend my warmest congratulations to Michael Dunlop, who has rightly been recognised in the King's Birthday Honours List with an MBE for services to motorcycle racing. Michael is a legend in road racing, a symbol of Ulster's tenacity and a true son of Ballymoney. With 33 TT wins and 51 podium finishes, Michael now holds the record as the most successful TT rider in history. These are not just numbers, they are years of courage, dedication and sheer brilliance to the sport. The Dunlop name is engraved into the very fabric of motorsport in this country, and Michael has not only upheld that legacy, but expanded it with unmatched resolve. He has made Ballymoney, North Antrim and all of Northern Ireland proud. As if one sporting triumph was not enough, I must also express my heartfelt congratulations to the Northern Ireland darts team, who made history at the weekend by winning the 2025 World Cup of Darts in Frankfurt. In a nail-biting final, Darrell Gurney and North Antrim's very own Josh Rock defeated Wales 10-9 to claim Northern Ireland's first ever titlement in the tournament. Josh Rock's calm under pressure and exceptional skill has cemented his place among the world's elite, and he has done so while representing us all with humility and indeed class. While we often find ourselves speaking of the challenges we face in this province, it is good and right that we pause to celebrate excellence, to acknowledge those who by their talents bring us together and lift our spirits. Michael Delop and Josh Rock are not only sporting champions, they are ambassadors for the very best of Northern Ireland. On behalf of the people of North Antrim, I offer them both our congratulations and our thanks. They have made history and they have made us very, very proud.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October the 7th, 1,200 Jewish civilians were murdered by Hamas, and since that day there has been a significant loss of human life in the Middle East. It's important to make crystal clear that the death of every single innocent victim is appalling, and we mourn every innocent life lost equally. What I and every right-thinking person wants is an end to the conflict, a permanent ceasefire, the return of the Israeli hostages being held against the Geneva Convention, and ultimately a peaceful two-state solution. I want to acknowledge the importance of dialogue and diplomacy in the midst of conflict, and I welcome the increasing humanitarian aid coming into the region. Whilst fully supporting Israel's right to defend itself, we also advocate for efforts to find a lasting peace. The path forward requires commitment from all legitimate and lawful parties to seek solutions that respect the dignity and rights of all people involved. As elected representatives, it is our collective responsibility to oppose anti-Semitism and terrorism, which threaten not only Israel but the stability of the entire region. It's also worth noting that since the heinous event of October the 7th, over 26,000 missiles have been fired at civilian targets in Israel from Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran and Yemen. Over the last number of days, Israel has carried out strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran to degrade its abilities to procure weapons-grade uranium and develop a ballistic missile system that can effectively deliver it. Iran is designated as a state sponsor of terror because of its support for Hezbollah, Hamas, the Taliban and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. What is also clear is that many, perhaps the majority of Iranians, oppose the tyrannical hold that their government exerts on their own people. There are plenty of Arabic states in the Middle East who will not say this out loud, but quietly welcome any action to degrade Iran's capacity to destabilise their own country through Iran's state-sponsored terrorism, particularly in that context by Hezbollah and Hamas. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, that Israel is fighting for its very existence. Many of those who oppose it seek the complete destruction of the Jewish state and its inhabitants. They scream from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. This is a rallying call for the establishment of a state of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, erasing the state of Israel and its people. Therefore, we pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That concludes member statements. Point of order, Mr. Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in light of recent events, it is clear that public confidence in the office of the Police Ombudsman has completely evaporated. Have you, Mr. Speaker, been informed that the Justice Minister plans to make a statement to this House, given that the position of the Police Ombudsman is now untenable?
No, I haven't received such notification, but I actually have received notification that the Minister remains unwell and won't be in the chamber today, and that Minister Muir will respond to the debate on justice and the rule of law on her behalf. I've also received notice that Padraig Delargy will not be available today to discuss his adjournment topic on the reinstatement of postal services in Foyle, and I also notify the House that the Economy Minister will not be in her place and the Junior Minister will respond on that particular debate. I've received notification from the Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons, that he wishes to make a statement. I call Mr. Lyons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a statement to update the Assembly regarding the Executive's draft anti-poverty strategy. For too long, there has been no joined-up, cross-departmental approach to tackling the problem of poverty within our society. This will soon change. I am pleased to announce that following the Executive's agreement of a draft version of the anti-poverty strategy, today will see the launch of a public consultation to allow the public to have an opportunity to comment on the plans that we have developed. When I took office, I made it clear that one of my priorities would be tackling poverty. After a legacy of delay in taking this work forward, I wanted to work at pace to develop a strategy which could help make a meaningful difference to those experiencing socio-economic disadvantage in our society. For me, it was essential that we developed a strategy that was not only practical, but was also sustainable and deliverable. Rather than making promises that couldn't have been kept, I and my executive colleagues have worked to develop a strategy which we will make progress against and can and will make a difference to people's lives. This strategy is the culmination of considerable hard work, collaboration and co-design. I want to thank all those stakeholders, in particular the members of the Anti-Poverty Co-Design Group, who have worked with my department in providing their input. We often hear about the silo approach in government, but I know that ministers and officials across the executive departments have worked together on the draft in a spirit of cooperation and collective ownership. Our approach not only looks at helping to raise people's incomes in the short term, important though that is, it is equally essential that we identify and address the root causes of poverty, supporting people to address some of the key issues in their lives. For example, ensuring they have the opportunity to achieve in education, that they are supported to address physical and mental health issues, and can access a range of opportunities to find well-paid and meaningful employment. It is for that reason that our agreed anti-poverty strategy focuses on three key pillars on which we must focus our collective efforts if we want to see meaningful change. The three pillars are aiming to minimise the risk of people falling into poverty, helping minimise the impacts of poverty on people's lives, and working with people to help them exit poverty. This approach is an important step forward, and it is the right one given the scale of the problem we are facing. It's only through addressing these areas together that we will be able to tackle poverty in a manner which will allow for continual improvement moving forward. We've also recognised the cyclical nature of poverty. For example, poor health or poor educational outcomes can be both impacts of poverty and causes of poverty. The publication of this strategy will not mark the finish of the Executive's work in relation to tackling poverty, but rather it marks the next important step in an ongoing process. Even in the absence of a strategy, I and my executive colleagues have taken forward work aimed at helping those suffering from socio-economic disadvantage. While some of our critics have spent their time naysaying and critiquing, we've been delivering. This was recognised in the Executive's programme for government, which included a range of actions designed to help some of the most disadvantaged in our society. For example, developing a growing and competitive economy and cutting health waiting times. My own department has also helped and supported those in society who most need assistance, whether it was extending welfare mitigations, getting more people signed up to the benefits that they deserve through the Make the Call service, or improving affording housing availability with the delivery of the housing supply strategy. And this work will keep moving forward. Within my department, I have committed to a range of new actions within the strategy. These include the delivery of a fuel poverty strategy and developing a new people and place strategic framework. Other colleagues are taking similar steps. For example, the Minister for Education has committed to taking forward legislation on ensuring school uniforms are affordable, and also agreed that a budget of £23 million will be available in 25-26 to provide a 15% childcare subsidy for working parents eligible for tax-free childcare. I will also continue to engage with colleagues in Westminster to address issues around welfare reform and lobbying for the repeal of the two-child limit. But that's not to say that this strategy is more of the same. All of this work now sits for the first time in an integrated framework, allowing us as an executive to effectively monitor, coordinate and deliver real-world impacts. Poverty is not a problem the Executive can solve in isolation. Rather, it will require government, public bodies, voluntary and community organisations, communities, families and individuals all working together to make a meaningful and lasting change to our society. And this is why this statement to the Assembly is so important. This public consultation provides an opportunity for all areas of society to comment on the draft anti-poverty strategy and highlight any areas they feel could be strengthened further. We are keen to hear new ideas or innovative approaches as to how we should take this work forward. The consultation will be a significant engagement with society, and we will treat all contributions to it seriously and thoughtfully. I would also highlight that to allow people time to consider and respond, we are going beyond the normal 8 and 12-week timeframes for public consultation. I have asked officials to allow a 14-week period of consultation. It will open today and continue until mid-September. The public consultation on the draft anti-poverty strategy is a significant step forward in how the Executive addresses the problem of socio-economic disadvantage in our society. Final publication later in the year will not mark the end of the cooperation and coordination between departments that has been a feature of the strategy's development. Instead, it will mark the starting point for all departments to move to implementation with commitment and a focus on delivery. In closing, let me say this. I recognise and understand the concern that the absence of this document has had for many people for many years. Today, I am taking action and doing something about that. Not because I want to publish a document in order to simply tick a box, but I want us to have a joined-up, coordinated plan to tackle poverty. Why? Because I see it every day. I witness it in the lives of people in East Antrim that I am privileged to represent and beyond, and we should want to make them better. The pensioner struggling with rising heating costs, the mother juggling the costs of school uniforms and sports gear with all of the other essentials, a father not knowing how he will afford yet another increase in rent, a child whose ambitions and potential are not fully realised. We are talking about people, their well-being, their health and their futures. That's why we need a strategy that will help us make progress in tackling one of the most pressing issues we face. Therefore, I commend this statement to the House.
Mark Durgan.
Speaker, I'm tempted to ask, is this it? After almost 2 decades that have seen levels of poverty spiral, after a so-called co-design process that has seen the expertise, the empathy and the input of the sector left on the cutting room floor, after a court case that found this Executive in breach of its duty to publish an anti-poverty strategy, does the Minister agree that this underwhelming document doesn't just call into question the Executive's ability to tackle poverty, but its appetite and ambition to do so as well?
Minister.
No, absolutely not, and the member's wrong on every point that he has made. It has been 17 years that we have been waiting for this document, and after 17 months in office, I have been able to bring this forward. Let me address in particular one of the issues that he raised in relation to the co-design group. He said that it's on the cutting room floor. That's absolute nonsense. The co-design group raised period poverty as an issue which we have tackled in this document. The co-design group identified the need to address fuel poverty, which we'll be bringing forward as part of this strategy. The co-design group identified the need to make school attendance cost neutral, and Paul Given is taking forward work to do just that. The RAISE programme will raise achievement to reduce educational advantage, and legislation is being worked on to ensure affordable school uniforms. The co-design group asked that mitigation payments be extended. The Executive agreed and extended this package. The co-design group asked us to continue to pressure the UK Government on the pensions triple lock. We agreed. The co-design group highlighted the need for a childcare strategy. We agreed. The co-design group raised issues of low pay and workers' rights, and the Department for the Economy is addressing that issue. The co-design group highlighted housing as an issue, and the member knows only too well the work that I am doing and will continue to do on that area. And the co-design group asked that we maximise and improve access to benefits. We are doing all of these things and much more.
And thank the Minister for his statement today. Minister, the anti-poverty strategy which you have presented here before the House has been described as extremely underwhelming and not fit for purpose. It contains no targets for the reduction of poverty, and it fails to recognise free school meals as an indicator of poverty. It also fails to mention gender or sexuality as risk factors for falling into poverty. I was struck by the number of times the strategy references things that you will continue to do, meaning there are very few new actions contained here. So given the very many weaknesses in the current draft of the strategy, will the Minister commit to listening to the feedback from the experts during the consultation period and consider some substantial changes?
Well, of course I'll listen to the consultation. That's the whole point of it, but I'll pick up on a couple of issues that he raised. First of all, on targets. No, there are no targets on this because I've said before, targets will come later on in the action plan, and monitoring will come at that stage as well. And it's simply not the case that these are actions that we have already taken, but of course we are going to continue what we are doing that's working, and of course we weren't going to wait until the development of an anti-poverty strategy before we brought in some of the measures that will make a difference. But we are, as I've just said, will be bringing in more action. So, for example, I am bringing forward a fuel poverty strategy. I am bringing forward new employment programmes. His colleagues in other departments are going to be bringing forward new actions. So I think people have jumped onto a notion that there's nothing new in this. If you read the document, you will see the new actions that will be there. But of course, we will have the full action plan that will follow on as well. So it's very easy to try and be critical and find things that you may believe are disagreeable, but at least actually base our comments on facts and what's actually going to be in the strategy which the member and others have seen.
Ryan Kingston.
And I commend the Minister for bringing forward this draft anti-poverty strategy, and it's very welcome. And I wish to ask the Minister, are there any learning opportunities from how Scotland has aimed to tackle child poverty? And what is the Minister's assessment of that?
Minister. Well, we have got the benefit of seeing what has taken place in Scotland and what has worked. And I think the first thing we have to recognise is that we're living in a time of constrained budgets. So we have to make sure that we're putting the resources that we do have in the areas that will actually make most difference. I don't actually think we have seen that in regards to Scotland. Over the last number of years, they've been spending £471 million on every year on the child payment. That has hardly moved the needle at all in terms of child poverty. So that's why we have taken the approach of helping people who are facing poverty right now, but also trying to help people from falling into poverty in the first place as well. That's why it is so important that we tackle the root causes of poverty, and that's what I'm going to be focused on.
Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, it's been over a year. We've been waiting for this strategy, and I have to say I thought there would have been more included. Can I ask the Minister, your strategy highlights ongoing engagement with people with lived experience and key stakeholders. How will this be meaningfully facilitated and their opinions weighted to the process, and how will the Minister ensure every department will have meaningful and ongoing engagement, and will he report back to this House and to the Committee for Communities on this?
Well, of course, I'll always report back to the committee on these issues, and we are going to have monitoring in place as well. But I have to say that I would again encourage people to read what's in the entirety of the document, and also to recognise and consider the fact that there will be a more detailed action plan that will be coming up later on as well. And the other thing that I would emphasise is there is a consultation process. See, I've heard many voices over the last number of weeks say there's not enough in here. What I'm not hearing much about is what people actually would like to see in, and whenever I have met with groups and with individuals, what I haven't heard are the specific actions that people would like in place. So that's the part of the consultation. No, that's fair enough. That's part of the consultation process. So I would like to hear from people what it is that they would like included, and how that will tie in with executive priorities and affordability.
Andy Allen.
Thank the Minister for a statement that he has highlighted as being long overdue. Can the Minister advise whether he will give consideration to an independent body or panel to oversee the implementation of this strategy and, where required, hold departments to account?
Well, look, it is absolutely right that we are held to account on this. Obviously, we're out for consultation right now, and he will see in the consultation document the governance structures that will be around this and the monitoring that will be in place as well. We do intend to have an anti-poverty strategy board that will be responsible for delivery under the strategy's 3 pillars, and we will, of course, give consideration to how those that are actually facing these issues and the organisations that support them will be involved in that. But that's, again, part of the consultation process so that people can give their views.
Gemma Dolan.
Minister, there's been no budget set aside for the implementation of the anti-poverty strategy. Given the already difficult financial situation we find ourselves in, how will you ensure that this strategy is prioritised when it comes to future budget allocations?
Well, this was the whole point of actually engaging with executive departments beforehand to say, what is it that you are doing, what are you going to continue to do, and what new things can you do? And that's why I think we have a realistic set of proposals in front of us that ministers can add to over time. This is going to be agile and it is going to be flexible as well. And therefore, I hope that ministers will find budget if additional budget is needed, and if that is available. Of course, I would encourage ministers also to speak to the Finance Minister. I would encourage her to speak to the Finance Minister as well, because I will happily welcome any additional resource that can help commit resources to tackling poverty, and I'm sure that she'll be engaging with her colleague, the Finance Minister, on that.
Philip Brett.
Minister, the hypocrisy in this chamber will not be lost on the people of Northern Ireland. The so-called opposition held the position of Minister for Social Development, did not deliver this strategy. Sinn Féin held the Department for Communities, did not deliver this strategy. You, Minister, have delivered this strategy. Can you confirm, Minister, that all executive parties and colleagues had the opportunity to feed into this process?
Minister.
Well, yes, I'm happy to say to the House again, this is a department of delivery under the DUP. We are getting things done. We have brought forward this strategy when no one else has before. We brought forward a housing supply strategy when no one else has before, and we got housing in as a programme for government commitment after years of others asking for it, so I'm more than happy to be making progress in this area. The member's right to highlight that other executive ministers not only were asked for their input, but they nominated officials to a working group. They were tasked specifically with bringing forward proposals. So if there are issues that have not been in the document, there should also be questions to other ministers about why that is the case, because everybody had the opportunity. This was before the executive for 6 weeks. Other ministers would have had the opportunity to come forward and say, this is missing, we should add this in, we should allocate more funding here as well. I have the letters from all of executive colleagues who responded, and obviously it's confidential, but there was support. Clearly there was support for this strategy, or it wouldn't have gone out for public consultation. And that's because the Department for Communities cannot tackle or solve poverty by itself. The executive can't tackle or solve poverty by itself either, but certainly we all need to work together, and that's why we have a joined up approach where there has been ample opportunity for feed-in from other departments.
Samuel Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, there is growing concern, as some have mentioned, that the strategy attributes no new additional funding to new child-focused interventions. The UK Government announced in the spring statement that it would be extending free school meals, as an example, eligibility to all those families entitled to universal credit. Northern Ireland should receive the Barnett consequential of that. Will the Minister commit to ensuring, or at least attempting to ensure, that this money is solely invested into tackling rising child poverty?
So the reason why I've brought forward an anti-poverty strategy and not a separate child poverty strategy is I don't actually think that you can separate the two. I think the impact that poverty has on families is not unique to children themselves. It's about family incomes. It's about making sure that we do everything that we can to raise the incomes and lower the costs for families as a whole. Free school meals is one element of that, but I would go back to looking at the overall picture And with the money that we do have available, what are the actions that we can take that give the best value for money? Free school meals is one of those. Obviously that's up to the Finance Minister and the Education Minister and other executive colleagues to discuss. But the key question for me when it comes to my support for any such measures will be, what difference does that actually make, and is that the best use of the resources that we have?
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for bringing forward this consultation process. Minister, the Anti-Poverty Co-Design Group had a very involved role in the drafting of the strategy in the early stages, but you then decided to end the co-design process. They are, and I know you have mentioned what has been in, but the co-design group are bitterly disappointed with the strategy, as they see very little of the evidence of their initial input and what has been ruled out, and most of their recommendations have been cast aside. Can you maybe highlight for us what key recommendations that they brought forward that you have cast aside, and why it's not been incorporated into the strategy? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I didn't bring it to an end. It came to an end. Their work had been completed, and I've met with them since. And to the answer to the second question, I would refer the member to the answer that I gave some moments ago. There were a number of issues that they had raised, and for her benefit, I had mentioned issues around welfare and benefits, and period poverty, fuel poverty, school attendance being cost neutral, mitigation payments extended, pressurising the UK government to maintain the pensions triple lock, the need for a childcare strategy, early learning strategy, additional budget for a childcare subsidy, the issues around low pay and workers' rights, housing as an issue, a housing supply strategy, revitalisation of the housing executive, transformation of the private rented sector, improving access to benefits, advice and support for older people, the uptake of pension credit, delivering Make the Call, wraparound service, helping people access to benefits and the support and services that they are entitled to. I fully admit that there may be some things that they brought forward that we have not included in this strategy, but to say that nothing is coming forward from the co-design group is demonstrably wrong.
Dan Forsyth.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this forward today after what he has described correctly as a legacy of delay. I particularly welcome the Minister's comments around moving away from the siloed approach to strategies and policies in government. And those of us who sit on the Public Accounts Committee had the Child Poverty Report, and this was some of our key recommendations. So I welcome his work alongside the Minister for Education to address some of those early intervention measures, and I wonder, could he outline some of the details of the work that him and the Minister for Education have discussed in relation to addressing child poverty?
Yeah, well, I'm very grateful to the Education Minister, because there's been extensive engagement with him in this area, and he in particular has highlighted, as I have said as well, that we cannot lift children out of poverty without lifting families out of poverty, and he has engaged with me on a number of issues, and you will see these within the strategy itself, and how we can help in particular around issues in education, access to education, the costs of participating in education in particular. And I have to pay credit to my executive colleague who has and is continuing to deliver in this area, whether it's tackling the costs of school uniforms, the costs of access to education, whether it's the additional resource that she will be well aware of for childcare and the impact that is having. That is important that that's included in the strategy, and just because we're doing it doesn't mean that we should leave it out, because we want to keep doing those things and we want to build on them as he is doing, and look forward to close working together with the Minister, because I believe that he has a key role to play in ensuring that we can tackle this issue.
The second queue.
Concorla agus buíochas leis an air fast.
Thank the member for the Minister for his statement.
Minister, I'm sure you're aware that the Public Accounts Committee had actually recommended that the anti-poverty strategy should include targets. Why have you chosen to ignore that advice?
Well, again, that's wrong. I haven't chosen to ignore that advice. As I have said, the place for targets will be in the action plan, because we will put targets against those actions which we say we are taking in the strategy. And I want to be in a position where this is measured and where we can be held to account. So, as I said before, targets will be there.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answers thus far. I just wondering, how does the Minister envisage that success will be measured as a result of this strategy, and will that include targets, published targets, benchmarks and timelines made publicly accessible through a publicly available dashboard?
So each outcome will be underpinned by the action plan. That will be updated on an ongoing basis, and a number of indicators will be used to monitor and track progress over time. It will be undertaken at the levels of the pillars, and it will be done in a proactive and flexible manner, and we'll make sure that we use the appropriate statistics. But as I said in the previous answer, I'm keen that we are held to account on the issues that we have control over. In terms of wider poverty, it's very, very difficult for us to set a target for that, because tackling poverty is not in the gift of the executive alone. He'll be aware of issues in terms of the UK government, macroeconomic issues that are going to impact on policy. We've seen that in the increase in oil prices even over the last number of days. But the things that we are responsible for, I'm more than happy that we are measured and that we have targets in relation to that and to some of the objectives that I have set out already.
Linda Dillon.
Good, Can Corley, and thank the Minister for his statement today. I just refer to a couple of comments made by the member for North Belfast and South Down about delay and hypocrisy. None so great as the hypocrisy hanging clean out of the DUP, who blocked the anti-poverty strategy for a long number of years and wouldn't allow the invaluable work that was ongoing with the sectors. But Minister, can you give us some detail on what the anti-poverty strategy board, who will make that board up, and what mechanism will be put in place, and who will the board report to?
Well, with regards to her first comment, there's only one minister that's actually brought forward an anti-poverty strategy, and that is me. And I'm glad that she is welcoming the work that I have done and the fact that I have actually progressed this and got it to the stage where there is executive agreement. So I'm grateful for her thanks and congratulations on that issue. In regards to governance structures, again, we're going through a period of consultation. I'll be happy to hear any other views on this, but it does remain an executive strategy, and it will be overseen by NICS, led by an anti-poverty strategy board. It will be chaired by the head of the civil service and attended by senior civil service representatives from all departments. It's going to meet regularly and will assess the effectiveness of the strategy, agree changes and updates to the action plans, and sign off. And the anti-poverty sign-off and formal reports. The anti-poverty strategy board will be supported in this work by 3 pillar sub-committees, and they'll be chaired by a representative nominated by the permanent secretary for the relevant department. That is what is in the strategy at this moment in time, but again, we're more than happy to take views sincerely from others about how this can best be monitored.
Neil McAllister.
For bringing forward this today, but I do want to deal in facts. As you have said, there aren't any new policies, not issues, but policies developed before the Executive agreed this strategy. The Anti-Poverty Coalition stood down by you. Child payment in Scotland, it reduced poverty from 26 to 22%, absolute poverty from 23% to 17%, and our ministers did put forward suggestions. But I do want to take your word today that in the implementation in the action plan, we will see targets. In my constituency of North Belfast, 28% of children live in poverty. Will that implementation plan actually include constituency-based initiatives to target child poverty?
I'm sorry, there will be new actions that are coming forward. I've highlighted some of those already, and within my own department I have been working on issues specifically around housing and the cost of housing and the cost of heating homes as well. I think it's important to note that we've got on with this work as an executive over the last 18 months. It's not, it wouldn't have been right for us just to sit in our hands and do nothing, saying that, well, we wanted to wait until an anti-poverty strategy was in place before we proceeded with some of the actions that we have been taking. Look, in terms of specific targets, that will be for a later conversation, for executive agreement and as part of the action plan. But I am sincere in saying to the House and saying to the wider public, I want to hear views on this. I want to hear what it is that you are saying and what we can do. In regards to the particular figures that she mentioned in relation to Scotland, yes, there has been a decrease in child poverty. It has nowhere near the targets where they had set, because in terms of relative poverty, which is the one that's used, it was 22% in 23-24, and I believe their target was 18%. So all I'm saying is that if we are to tackle this issue effectively, and I would also make the case that they started from a lower base than we started from on this, we need to make sure that when we are in a time of limited resources, we put the resources that we have into those programmes and actions that will have the biggest impact and which can drive this down. But again, we'll be led by the evidence and the facts, and it may well be that throughout the lifetime of this strategy, we stop doing some of the things that we've said that we're doing in here, either because they're not working or they're not doing or making as big as impact as some of the other actions, because we're determined to get this right.
Adjournment.
It's clear that the co-design group are very disappointed that a number of important issues that they raised weren't included in the anti-poverty strategy. And I'm wondering, could the Minister tell us what those issues were and why he thought that he could disregard them completely?
First, I haven't disregarded the work of that group. I did meet with them. I asked for some of the specifics that they would like included that were not there, and I would have liked to have heard more from them, because as I've just read out twice now, there are substantial actions that have been taken. My colleague behind me says to say them all again. I'm happy to do that, but I want to make the point that some actions have not been taken forward because of affordability issues. Because I could have stuffed this strategy with a wish list of things that I knew would never have been deliverable or affordable, but I'm not going to do that, because I'm going to be honest with the people of Northern Ireland. I'm going to put something on the table for agreement that I believe that we can actually deliver on, that will actually make a difference, and I'm not going to put in measures which I know we'll not get executive support for, or that we know that we will not get the budget for. Now, I hope that we can be agile, I hope we can be flexible. If additional resource comes in and it's proven that putting it into Action A or Action B will make a difference in the lives of people, fantastic, we will do that. This will not be set in stone. But I have asked the group for more detail. I look forward to them providing that additional information, and I hope that we can have a little bit of truth and honesty when we're discussing these issues.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. I represent a city that has very, very high levels of deprivation. Does this strategy propose to ensure targeted interventions to fight regional imbalance? And is it your vision to have investment and specific interventions for constituencies such as Foyle?
Well, I want to target poverty wherever that is found, and I absolutely accept that in her constituency that is a particular problem compared to others. So this isn't about geographical locations, it's tackling poverty wherever that is found. And I think that the issues that we're looking at here in particular within the strategy are issues that will tackle the root causes of poverty, and that's what I want to do. I want to genuinely want to work with the member on that, because it is important. I've outlined that already, and I will certainly not be found wanting in helping and working with everyone to try and tackle this issue wherever it is found. It is in her constituency. Unfortunately, it's not limited to one area. Unfortunately, it's right across Northern Ireland, and I'll be doing my best to ensure we put actions in place that actually make a difference to help people from stop falling into poverty in the first place, to stop the impact of poverty where it is found, and importantly, helping people get out of poverty, and I'll work with her on that.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the strategy talks about promoting good family structure. So I guess my question is, what is good family structure, and how will you ensure that the strategy isn't stigmatising for single-parent families and other diverse family types in our community?
I'm not about stigmatising anybody at all. The actions that we came that were brought together were a result of the evidence that is in place, and What I want to see is young people in secure families where there is the support that they need. I'm more than happy to share the evidence base that we have with him, but there's no doubt about it that if you look at the evidence, there are a wide range of family factors that impact on the chances of families being in poverty. It also has an impact on children's future as well, and that's what we are trying to do. But let's be honest, at the same time, the Centre for Social Justice reports that the breakup of family relationships is one of the quickest routes into poverty. That is an issue of concern. That's something that we want to help with. Unfortunately, children in families that break apart are more than twice as likely to experience poverty as those whose families stay together. I'm not stigmatising anybody when I say that. It's a declaration of fact. That's where the evidence lies. And that's why we want to make sure that we can support families and young people so that we can ensure they have fulfilling and complete home and family lives.
Mr Speaker, can the Minister confirm whether the anti-poverty strategy is fully costed and whether the necessary funding has been ring-fenced across all departments? What specific measurable outcomes does the Executive aim to achieve through this strategy, and in what timeframe?
Mr Speaker, the reason why I simply didn't bring a strategy to the Executive table and throw it down in front of them was because I wanted to make sure that it was realistic, that it was affordable and deliverable. That's why I set up a working group with representatives from all departments to come back to me with the actions that they can take, which they had the ability to take forward. And this is what we have so far within the strategy. So departments have committed to doing that, to delivering that, and I look forward to them doing that. But I also hope that it will be agile at the same time to make sure that when additional resource becomes available, or if there are programmes that are actually a better use of money to tackle these issues, that we can divert that where necessary. In terms of targets, we and the monitoring of that will follow up in the action plan.
Hey, Carl. Amidst all the bluster with the statement and strategy, there is no new money or resources announced. The only way to reduce poverty is to reduce prices or to put more money in the people's pockets, and you propose to do neither. Can the Minister indicate whether the co-design group endorses your strategy? And if he wants ideas to how to reduce poverty, rent caps, rent controls, rent reduction would be one quick way, and the Minister could get on with that work right now.
You know, I think the member had his line written before he'd even seen my statement. There has been no bluster from me today. I have been very straightforward, upfront and honest. I haven't put together a strategy with a wish list that's not affordable or deliverable. I've been very, very honest and upfront with people. The co-design group will no doubt make their views heard. They have been out on the airwaves making their thoughts known already, though at the same time they did say to me that they will be engaging with their organisations before they make final comments on that. But the member again just demonstrates how he gets things wrong. In calling for a rent cap, what he is actually doing is proposing something that will hurt people more in the longer term. The evidence that we have demonstrates that rent caps would actually drive people from the market and drive up the cost for all of the other homes that are still left within the private rented sector. So in his world, I know that he has very simple answers to complex problems, but what they will actually do is end up hurting people more, and the people that he claims that he represents. So I believe that what we've got here is a good start. I am open to hearing the views of other people on that. I'm open to hearing views from other ministers as well if they want to bring forward any other proposals. But what I have here is a plan first and foremost that will tackle the root causes of poverty. Yes, that's about increasing incomes, but it's also making sure that we reduce the costs. That's the work that I've been getting on with, in particular in housing, to make sure that housing is more affordable and to make sure that people can heat their homes, which is one of the biggest outgoings that they have. I'll not be detracted from that work. I'm going to keep doing that work because I'm here to deliver for people right across Northern Ireland.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister on the Ministerial Statement. It was important that we heard from the Minister, and there's 19 members were able to ask questions today on this important issue, and there was a good exchange, which I welcome. Next item of business is a motion from the Opposition on housing and the programme for government. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the programme for government target to commence work on at least 5,850 new social homes by the end of this mandate. Expresses regret that as little as 1,000 new social homes will be built this year. Believes the Executive is failing to address the housing crisis, and expresses a lack of confidence in the Executive to deliver its programme for government targets.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposal of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose, 5 minutes to wind. As 2 amendments have been selected and published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that a further 16 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
The SDLP understands the fundamental power of a home to shape people's lives. Housing is a basic necessity, a tangible, life-shaping foundation upon which families and communities are built. Let's not forget, the very foundations of our political system were born out of the housing rights movement. It's why many of us stand here today. The failure to confront this growing crisis has had devastating consequences, and that failure is a lived reality for tens of thousands of people here today. The single mother traversing 3 flights of stairs twice a day, toddler in tow, a pram in one hand, a bag of groceries in the other. A new mother in emergency accommodation. She's not allowed visitors, not even her mum, to help her with the night feeds. The man bearing the scars of conflict, given a hostel 2 hours away from his support network, battling the haunting pool of relapse. It's the pensioner who can't climb the stairs to reach the toilet or their bed, waiting years for a new home. This is what social housing looks like in 2025, and every day it's getting worse. We were told that the programme for government would be ambitious. We were actually told the programme for government is ambitious, promising nearly 6,000 social homes by 2027. But this year, we'll struggle to build barely 1,000, half of the target that the Executive set itself. Ministers laud this and the housing supply strategy as some sort of victory, when in Derry alone, over 6,000 people are waiting for a home. That's not ambition, it's abdication. Instead of addressing those failures, last week the DUP proposed a motion not to deliver homes, but to scapegoat immigrants, to shift blame onto those with the least, while letting those in power and with power off the hook. Leadership isn't about pitting people against each other, but stepping up when the public are hurting. And right now, people are sore and people are angry, and they've every right to be. Though anger is not the problem is what we do with it. We should all be angry. It's a powerful tool and force for change. The Executive can't just tell people it will do what matters most. They need to actually do it. For 10 years, this Executive, when we've had one, has failed to treat housing as a priority. That's why anger is spilling onto the streets. Let's be clear though, violence solves nothing, but neither does silence, and certainly neither does neglect. Housing isn't a headline, but it is a lifeline. How can the public and how can we in this chamber have confidence in an Executive that consistently fails to meet its own targets and dresses up failures as success, and one that struggles to be held or to face accountability? We need to rebuild confidence in leadership, because right now that's an even shorter supply than homes. We in the opposition aren't just here to criticise, and have no doubt the Minister will stand up in response to this debate, as seems to be the pattern, and ask, well, what answers do you have? Well, we've set out answers. We haven't got them all, but we can play our part in providing them. We've set out a clear roadmap in our Building Firm Foundations plan: properly fund social housing, curb the ballooning cost of rents and of temporary accommodation, repurpose public land and do it fast, address the growing number of empty homes across our communities, reuse them for people crying and dying for a roof over their heads, tackle the wastewater infrastructure crisis. The people outside these walls aren't asking for the impossible. They're asking for a home, an opportunity, a life not lived in limbo, and they deserve better than this. Propose the motion.
Thank you. I call Andy Allen to move Amendment 1. Thank you. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to propose this amendment to the opposition motion, and I indeed thank them for bringing it forward. There are a number of aspects to our amendment. Some of it is stating the factual context of where we are today. It highlights the Minister's stated commitment to tackling homelessness and boosting housing supply, and that is similar to what other communities ministers have highlighted during their tenures. It acknowledges various initiatives that the Minister has brought forward to date, such as the intermediate rent offering, the affordable rent scheme, often known as the intermediate rent offering, the 10 million allocation to the loan to acquire move on, and the decision to allow the Housing Executive to use its reserves to purchase accommodation for temporary housing. And we know only too well the challenges within temporary accommodation and the amount of money being spent on non-standard temporary accommodation, and the pressures that not only puts on budgets but puts on households. We've many individuals and families living in that non-standard temporary accommodation, which is wholly unsuitable for them and their families. When we place the housing crisis in context, we can simply say we need to build more homes, and that is the true reality and scale of the crisis before us. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the measures that I have already outlined that the Minister has brought forward, and indeed his predecessors have brought others forward, such as working on the development of the housing supply strategy and other such initiatives, but in the wider context, as I've already said, of the housing crisis that we have, those measures on their own are simply not enough. They're not going to address the housing crisis before us. They're not going to deliver enough homes for the many people who approach us day and daily looking for support to get a secure home for themselves, whether they're living in temporary accommodation, they're living in accommodation that's not suitable, they're living in accommodation that needs significant investment in it, such as some of our housing executive properties. It also talks about, or rather laments, the lack of progress, and perhaps it's important to contextualise that, lamenting the lack of progress on delivering borrowing powers for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. And what do I mean when I say that? Well, I mean that the Treasury is not giving this the urgency and priority that it deserves. The Minister, when he took up post, I've heard him state that he wants to bring forward the borrowing powers for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, and indeed his predecessor and also the Minister who stepped in for a short time to replace his predecessor brought forward the revitalisation or reclassification of the Housing Executive, and that is nearly 5 years in the making. So we haven't made enough progress on that front, and I know and I appreciate that negotiations, and I've spoken to colleagues who've been in those negotiations through talks processes with the Treasury and how difficult that is, but we must prioritise, and it's imperative on the Communities Minister to engage with the Finance Minister to bring to bear further pace on those negotiations. Our amendment also highlights the challenges within our existing infrastructure. There is no denying, Mr. Speaker, that within our current infrastructure setup, there are housing developments which simply cannot be taken forward due to the inability to connect to water or wastewater infrastructure. And indeed, I have been contacted by individuals that have highlighted, housing associations who have highlighted the unaffordability or the inviability of some schemes due to the cost to simply connect. Last but by no means least, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps crucially, it calls on the Minister for Communities to work with his executive colleagues to scale up housing delivery. And that is where we need to be delivering much needed housing, is scaling up housing delivery. It is forecast that we're only going to deliver 1,000 homes in this mandate, and perhaps that will increase as it did previously through monitoring rounds. And we've heard from the Northern Ireland Federation of Housing Associations that we need to be building at least 2,200 homes as highlighted within the housing supply strategy. And I have said previously in this place, and it will come as no surprise, that I don't even believe that's enough. But I'm a realist, and I acknowledge that there are challenges, there are budgetary challenges, but we need to be doing all that we can. Housing is one of our most pressing issues that we need to address. It cuts across all departments. If we can provide good quality, secure housing, it has significant health benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Kelly Armstrong to move Amendment 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just confirm, is it 5 or 3 for myself?
Just moving at this stage?
Oh, sorry, moved.
Okay. This Assembly should note that amendments are mutually exclusive, so if Amendment 1 is made, then the question will not be put on Amendment 2. You'll have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's fair to say in this House we all know that we're in a housing crisis, with over 47,000 households now on social housing waiting lists. More than 36,000 are in housing stress, and over 11,000 people are living in temporary accommodation. And as others have said, these are not just numbers, these are children, these are families, these are older people. And despite the growing need, we are building fewer homes today than we have in 60 years. Barely 5,000 in the past year, and well short of the 10,000 we require annually. The failure is systemic and it's cross-cutting. Mr. Speaker, it's not just a housing problem, indeed it's not just a communities problem, it's a cross-departmental problem, and that's why I'm calling for an action plan that has been agreed by the whole executive, evidencing how each department will contribute to reducing the housing waiting lists and help to meet the new build targets. I was delighted when the strategy was finally published, because we had at long last got a housing supply strategy. The strategy as launched sets the right ambition, 100,000 new homes over 15 years, and that includes 33,000 social and intermediate homes. The right ambition, I would like to see us actually go past that ambition and aim for more. But a strategy is only as good as the action that follows, and today that action is missing. And what's holding us back? Northern Ireland Water. As a result of Northern Ireland Water, its underfunding, or however you want to put it, there are 19,000 planned homes, many of them social homes, stuck in limbo because they cannot get connected to sewage systems. This isn't just a technical issue, it's a political one. We need to deal with wastewater, and the Fiscal Council has already highlighted the current funding model for Northern Ireland Water is not working. That means our wastewater is not delivering enough capacity for the number of homes we need to address the housing crisis. Planning. Planning is dysfunctional. Local development plans are gridlocked. Developers, housing associations and councils are all in agreement that without planning reform, we won't meet even half of our housing targets. And that means that the Department for Communities and the Department of Infrastructure must work together to fast-track approvals. We have a collapse in the private rental supply. Rents are up over 8% in a year, and the number of available properties has halved since 2019. And this means that people are being evicted and coming out of homes and then going on to the social housing waiting lists. And this means that the Department of the Economy, Finance and Communities must collaborate on regulation, incentives and public-private partnerships to stabilise and expand affordable rent options. And, as has been mentioned, we need to ensure that the Housing Executive can have borrowing powers and start to build again. and I look forward to from an update from the Minister on how negotiations with the Treasury are progressing. We also need to see public land made available for housing, and I too look forward for the mapping exercise to be completed, that we will finally find out what land is available that we can put houses on. Mr Speaker, a housing strategy without a costed whole government action plan is just a wish list, and we must hold each department accountable, from infrastructure to finance and from communities to economy, because no one single department can solve this crisis alone. And this is where I ask that a review is completed to ensure cross-departmental strategies and plans are able to be scrutinised in a way that is not limited by the committee structures of this place. If the Minister for Communities is taking the lead in the housing supply strategy, then his department must ensure it monitors, collates and reports to the Committee on Communities on progress. There can be no more fudging. We have to learn from RHI, and as an Assembly will no longer accept that it's not within my department is not an excuse. If a Minister and his department are taking the lead in an issue as important as the housing supply strategy, then it has to be the lead and report on that. Mr Speaker, let's be ambitious and let's be coordinated. And most of all, let's be honest with the people of Northern Ireland. We cannot reduce housing waiting lists or meet our new build targets without funding the infrastructure, reforming the systems and empowering the agencies who deliver homes on the ground. So today I call on this Assembly to back a fully costed action plan that spans all executive departments, aligns with the multi-year budget cycle and delivers on the promises of our housing supply strategy. Anything less would be another delay, and for too many families, delay means despair. And in the spirit of working together today, Alliance will be supporting the UUP amendment. Thank you.
Colin Gilrenew.
Good, Ceann Comhairle, and I'd like to start by thanking the members for bringing this important motion to the House. The lack of housing, Ceann Comhairle, is one of the biggest issues which we face as a society, and unfortunately it's an issue on which too little progress has been made. Colleagues have set out the figures. I'll not go into the figures, but the fact that the social housing list continues to grow month on month is evidence enough that we are not building enough homes to meet the level of demand. The housing supply strategy does set out an ambitious target of 100,000 new homes over the next 15 years, 1/3 of which are to be social housing. And that is the scale of what's needed if we are ever to get the waiting list moving in the right direction. As the motion states, in the programme for government, the Executive has given a commitment to build 5,850 homes before the end of the mandate, which shows the Executive are serious about building more social and affordable homes. So, Ceann Comhairle, we have the plans and strategies in place. We now need to see them delivered upon. I have to say it is disappointing that the budget has only allocated enough capital funding to build 1,000 new social homes this year, which only goes halfway to meeting the target of 2,000 per year. I welcome the comments by the Finance Minister yesterday that he will work with the Communities Minister to secure extra funding throughout the year and that housing will be prioritised. Whilst this is far from ideal, we have seen how last year funding was secured for an extra 1,000 homes during the year, so it certainly can be done. But we also have to be realistic, as Kelly has said, about what can be achieved under our current circumstances. It has long been Sinn Féin's view that if we want to seriously tackle the housing shortage, then the Housing Executive needs to start building homes again. And only by changing the funding model for the Housing Executive and giving it the ability to borrow money will this be achieved. To this end, former Communities Minister Deirdre Hargreaves initiated the revitalisation of the Housing Executive with this outcome as a key priority. As members will know, this change to the funding model must be agreed by Treasury, and disappointingly, they have so far refused, despite persistent lobbying by successive finance ministers. However, I very much welcome the confirmation from the Finance Minister that the Treasury has agreed now to consider this change as part of the ongoing negotiations on a final fiscal framework. We need to see these negotiations take place as soon as practicable and an agreement found which will transform the Housing Executive and, more importantly, get the homes we need built. We have debated in this chamber previously about the benefits of building homes on public land, and Sinn Féin would like to see the creation of a land management agency which would assist in identifying and acquiring any public land which is suitable for housing.
Ross Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, while others debate the DUP's intent in delivering, housing is one of the most pressing issues facing thousands across Northern Ireland, from families in desperate need of social housing to first-time buyers trying to step up onto the property market. The DUP recognises the urgency and we are committed to action. The gap between housing supply and demand grows wider day by day. One of the biggest obstacles is a sluggish planning system. That's why we have consistently called for major reforms to speed up approvals. Without efficient planning, our ability to build the homes we need is paralysed. We welcome the $153 million in financial transactions capital funding for co-ownership announced by the Minister for Communities. The crucial investment will support first-time buyers and help unlock over 1,000 new build homes. This is real support, not empty rhetoric. The DUP is proud of our record in making housing more accessible and affordable. The affordable rent scheme and the increase of the co-ownership limit are concrete steps that directly support people most in need. While others talk, our Communities Minister is delivering a clear housing supply strategy backed by real action. But let's be honest, planning reform alone isn't enough. Infrastructure challenges, especially around wastewater, are holding back progress. If we're to meet our housing targets, we need all departments at the executive table to step up to the mark. A strong housing strategy needs a strong economic vision, adequate budgets and joined-up government. Many causes of housing shortage, not least the number of buy-to-let and holiday homes causing acute shortages in coastal areas like Portrush, Portstewart and Castle Rock, increased rents owing to scarcity of supply, and of course there are other issues that stem from this here like transport, education and economic sustainability. The DUP is serious about solving the housing crisis. The question is, and I take Ms Armstrong's point here, the question is, are the rest of the executive equally committed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the opposition should be no illusion. The DUP absolutely recognises the acute need for more social housing and indeed all tenures of housing across Northern Ireland. Building more homes is a priority for our party and for our Communities Minister. We will champion this need at every possible opportunity to ensure that going forward housing supply can better meet demand. The SDLP motion before us offers nothing. That's the luxury of being in opposition. Just cynicism that the 3-year social housing target in the programme for government could be met. There is nothing in your motion. So, no, I don't have time. The Ulster Unionist Party amendment does highlight some of the practical actions taken by our Minister and new initiatives he has brought forward to increase housing supply. Therefore, we will be supporting the Ulster Unionist amendment. Despite an extremely constrained financial climate with significant budgetary restraints, that has not dampened our ambition to meet the targets set out in the programme for government, including the launch of the housing supply strategy. Initiatives such as the Affordable Rent Scheme and the FTC funding programme have resulted in meaningful progress being made on the ground. However, we acknowledge that more needs to be done. We will be calling on the other executive parties to provide their backing for these efforts. Housing supply, or the lack of it, is a factor that cuts across a number of policy areas, given its correlation with health and well-being, poverty and educational outcomes. There is a wide range of competing financial needs across the executive table, and I think that is recognised by the opposition, given that they have tabled motions today calling for more funding for housing, more funding for the arts and more funding for policing and justice. The DUP has been pushing for a fairer fiscal framework from the UK Government. More funding allocated to Northern Ireland would be greatly beneficial in helping to deliver the housing targets set out in the programme for government. We welcome the announcement by the Chancellor in the spending review to allocate an additional £39 billion to affordable housing over the next decade. We will continue to keep pressure on the UK Government to increase funding to Northern Ireland to ensure we get a fair amount of investment that will allow us to build more affordable housing. This is in addition to ensuring that current commitments translate into additional investment by the Executive. Building more houses requires a multi-agency response. It is vital that local government, financial bodies and the construction industry establish a working relationship that will enable faster construction of affordable housing. Thank you.
I made a statement this morning about standards of debate, and we've had 2 attempts to intervene this morning, and both have been resisted. I remind members that there is an extra minute added, and most interventions take less than 20 seconds, so members should have ample time to take interventions, and I'd encourage members to take interventions as opposed to just making a monologue and not having that exchange. Mr. Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, the promise of 100,000 homes by 2039 rings hollow when we can't deliver 1,000 social homes this year. Over 44,000 people are on waiting lists. In my constituency, families feel the real impact of this inaction, worsened by systematic failures like Northern Ireland Water's inability to support new housing developments. I met with Northern Ireland Water officials last week, and the message was very clear. 73 wastewater treatment works at capacity across Northern Ireland. Developers, at their own expense, are now having to connect road gullies to water courses to free up capacity in the system to allow connections. Northern Ireland Water say they need 640 million this year to fund their investment appropriately. This year they've got 321. There's 37,000 houses with approved planning permission, with only the network having capacity for 18,000 in specific areas across Northern Ireland. 34 areas closed across 23 towns to greenfield developments. Happy to give way, Mr. Allen.
Highlights the issues in NI Water and water infrastructure, but would he accept that the issue doesn't appear to be cutting through to the Minister for Infrastructure, who hasn't brought forward any new initiatives?
Happy to support the member in that comment. And what I do want to say is you can't solve the housing crisis without first solving the problems within our wastewater infrastructure. The Executive's lack of short-term plan undermines its long-term promises. The maths simply doesn't add up, and communities are paying the price. Adding to this strain are illegal HMOs. Members might not want to face up to that, but they're pushing up rents in working-class areas. The current system, where all HMO applications are processed through Belfast City Council, is outdated and fails to address local needs and to ensure safety for tenants. Local councils need to be responsible for HMOs in their own council areas. Take Mid and East Antrim. We're told that there is only 14 HMOs in the whole of Mid and East Antrim. My goodness, you go down into Glenorvan, you can find 14 operating in the one area of Ballymena known as G3, and that one alone. So, moving on, immigration also adds further pressures on our limited housing stock. What we have here in Northern Ireland, we are housing asylum seekers in hotels at taxpayers' expense while failing to build enough social homes. This fuels tensions within our community. The First and Deputy First Minister in a recent answer told me that we are currently housing 300 asylum seekers in such accommodations. This Assembly must act. The recent unrest has shown that we need to take this issue seriously. I call on the Executive to deliver a clear plan, increase funding for social housing to meet the waiting list need, resolve Northern Ireland's wastewater as a priority, and reform HMO regulations to prioritise safety and local oversight. Every citizen who paid into the system deserves a safe, affordable home. Let's show our constituents that their needs are our priority. We can't bury our heads in the sand any further. As a priority, the wastewater needs sorted, but at the same time we need to look at issues such as immigration and illegal HMOs that are operating in our society. They're driving up rents, they're meaning people can't get houses, and these are issues people don't want to discuss, but it's ones that my community have sent me here, and the people of North Antrim want me to raise and represent, because it's something that's very prevalent in the ground of North Antrim.
Carl.
Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is one of the greatest scandals that this Executive oversees. And just to emphasise with recent events and what we heard previously in recent days, the housing crisis and the wider crisis in public services is not caused by migrants
migration or asylum seekers. The crisis in public services is caused by a cruel economic agenda that says it's okay to wield an axe to the services that people need and at the same time justify, excuse and celebrate a huge ballooning of corporate and billionaire wealth. Just as migrants and asylum seekers, Mr. Speaker, are not to blame for the crisis, they are on a daily basis, according to people who come to my office and I'm sure others, subject to substandard housing, damp and mould, and they're victims of a Home Office policy that treats them as suspicious, racially profiles them and treats them as prisoners inside temporary housing. And despite the airwaves being covered in the last week by, rightly so, the racist pogroms, people are organising to fight back against the housing crisis while the Minister dithers. People have been organising in Belfast and Derry and everywhere in between. I want to commend them for doing so. And to repeat, Mr. Speaker, it's landlords who are driving up rents while the government allows them to do so. So I support the motion in its original form. I believe the amendments weaken it and allow the executive, give the executive a bye ball and an easy time. Currently, over 49,000. Yeah, sure.
Articulate how calling and pressing for increased funding to build more homes weakens the original motion.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you. The amendment submitted by the Members' Party removes a requirement for the executive to act. So I think that weakens it down and it's not strong enough. So the original motion, in my view, is better without the amendment in the UUP or the Alliance Party's name. His amendment does mention about the 49,000 families waiting for social housing. 65% of those families are officially homeless. 5,135 families are living in temporary accommodation without a permanent, secure place to call home. There are over, Mr. Speaker, 5,700 individual children growing up in Belfast alone. And almost half of those children live in my constituency of West Belfast, scandalous, which has also seen an increase in poverty in recent days and years. We're clearly in a housing emergency. The Minister won't admit it, and I think the amendments don't admit that either. But there is a simple way out to make sure there's enough social housing for everyone who needs it. Rates of social house building have been falling year on year. The targets in the programme for government and the housing supply strategy are nothing more than a pipe dream. Capital allocations for social house building are paltry. By contrast, the amount of money spent on temporary accommodation, Mr. Speaker, is eye-watering. 38.6 million was spent on temporary accommodation last year alone. Over 12 million of that lay in the pockets of hotel and B&B owners. And over 21 million of public money was spent on single lets, going straight into the wallets of landlords without any rent controls or rent reductions at all. And the more energy this executive spends firefighting this crisis, Mr. Speaker, throwing good public money after bad, the less money will be invested in building permanent social homes, and the cycle of homelessness continues. And if the executive truly wanted to reduce the demand for temporary accommodation, they would act to stop people becoming homeless in the first place. The executive and the Minister would introduce rent controls, but as we heard earlier on today, he's opposed to them. He would introduce a no-fault eviction ban, but he's opposed to that as well, so people could stay in their homes in the private rented sector. They would invest far more in homeless prevention services like supporting people, with only 4.5 million spent last year on homelessness prevention. And another way out of this crisis...
Member's time is up.
Okay, thanks.
Call Claire Sugden.
Mr. Speaker, housing continues to be the most common issue brought to my constituents in my office, closely followed by domestic abuse. And sadly, in our siloed government, these two problems are often treated separately. But it's really not acceptable that someone fleeing domestic violence finds themselves stuck in a hostel or an unsuitable flat for 3 years, and we have cases in our office where this has happened. If we want people, especially women and children, to leave abusive situations, we need to provide them with a safe, secure and permanent housing. Otherwise, the system is setting them up to go back. And it's not just victims of abuse. We're hearing from older people, some in their 70s and 80s, being evicted from homes that they have rented for decades. Why? Not because they've done anything wrong, but because the landlord can make more money renting it as a holiday home. On the north... Yep, go ahead.
Appreciate the member giving way. The member sure concerned with me that the Minister has refused to act to introduce a no-fault eviction ban to ensure constituents like your own, that you mentioned, and mine, that they aren't protected with a lack of legislation in that regard.
Members, an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I appreciate the point that's made, and I do think it's coming to the point where we have to consider legislation when people are finding themselves without home. And I do think it's a particularly critical case that older people. I had a lady in her 80s last week who's going to be evicted at the end of the month. She's nowhere to go, and I think that certainly is a failure of this government and this society that we're not addressing that. I want to come back to the point, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the holiday lets and the holiday homes, and I want to talk to the bigger impact of that. This is not just about having a conversation about having a second home on the North Coast. It's not about telling people they shouldn't come to probably the most beautiful part in Northern Ireland. I understand why they want to do that. It's about recognising the impact of that. If people are only here at the evenings and weekends, then they're not sending their kids to school here. They're not using the public services. Public services are driven by demand. We're seeing that with our schools already. So kids are not going to the local schools because there's no homes to house them in the local areas. Families who need carers, their children as carers, cannot live close to where their older relatives are. So then that has an impact on our health and social care system. So we can't just look at this in terms of not having enough roofs over people's heads. We have to look at it in terms of the wider system. And I think certainly for me, I'm deeply frustrated that this isn't a cross-departmental priority. I appreciate that that there are issues and monies are tight, but again, we're doing what we always do. We're firefighting in this government, and if we don't look to this, if we don't have a genuine 10-year plan, we're going to see these issues impact on all other areas of society. It's not just bricks and mortars, it's about infrastructure. Others have spoke to it in terms of NI water and planning and the challenges in relation to this. But we're setting us up for a fall, and we can already see the cracks starting to happen. So I would certainly encourage members not to just look at this as not enough roofs over people's heads. This is about the wider system, and housing is really, really critical and important in that. And I would certainly like to hear from the Minister of the tangible actions he's taken. I've raised many times before, and even at the beginning of this debate, in relation to second homes and tourists, and just through various Assembly questions, I understand that there is discussion happening there. But what are we really doing? How are we addressing this? And ultimately, we do have to build more homes, but there's other things that we can do in the meantime, and I'm really keen to hear what the Minister has to say.
I now call the Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons. Minister, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by sincerely thanking the opposition for bringing this motion today. It's something which I am always happy to have a focus on. It's something that is important to me, and it's something that is important to the people of Northern Ireland. And I want to thank Mr. Durkin for his tone today as well. It was uncharacteristically conciliatory. I think he's recognising some of the issues and some of the things that we are trying to do. But I do just want to address some of the issues that he has raised when it comes to housing. He says that he has set out a plan of what the SDLP would do, and I accept that he has done that. But to be frank, it's not really that different from what we are already doing. He says we need to look at issues, for example, around temporary accommodation. That's exactly what I have been doing by purchasing, using housing executive reserves, 600 homes to take the pressure off temporary accommodation. We have been pressing down. I've met with housing associations and the housing executive about void property, so that we can make sure that we're bearing down on empty homes within those associations and the executive. But we're also working with others, for example, the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, in relation to dilapidation, as well as measures that we're taking within my own department to look at how we can reuse existing buildings that maybe were homes in the past, and those that weren't as well. He'll also be aware of the announcements that I have made in the paper that I'm bringing to the executive in relation to how we can best use public sector land in Northern Ireland. So he identifies those issues, and he identifies the need to tackle wastewater infrastructure problems in Northern Ireland as well. And to be fair, those are all good ideas, but also those are ideas and plans that we are actually taking forward. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that. And that brings me on to the comments by Andy Allen, who I think has brought a reasonable amendment to the House that does outline the challenges that we face, the problems that exist out there for the 49,000 households that are affected. But I think what he also does in that is rightly acknowledge that some steps have been taken. I've done what I can with what I have where I am to address some of these issues, but more needs to be done. I'm more than happy for members to bring motions to this House calling for sufficient funding for new social housing. No one has been a greater advocate than me for making sure that we have that funding available, and so I'm more than happy to have these debates and also to make sure that we see progress on the Northern Ireland Housing Executive revitalisation and borrowing issue. And I can tell the House yet again, I have used every single opportunity that I have had to raise this with the UK Government. I've raised it with the Deputy Prime Minister. I've encouraged the First and Deputy First Minister who've raised this with the Prime Minister. I have raised it with every single UK Government Minister, whether it is their responsibility or not, and therefore I am pleased to confirm what was outlined in the Comprehensive Spending Review earlier on this month, that the UK Government and Northern Ireland Executive have agreed to immediately begin negotiations on a full Northern Ireland Executive fiscal framework, and the scope of negotiations will include Northern Ireland Housing Executive borrowing. That is the first time we have had on record, on paper, that this issue is being taken forward. So I'm pleased that we have been able to secure now, for the first time, complete, full cross-party consensus on this issue, and I'm pleased that the Government has officially confirmed that they are going to take this on. Now, I wish that had been done a long time ago. I have made sure that they've been provided with all of the relevant information. I've made sure that the Housing Executive is ready to go for when those changes are, I hope, confirmed. But in summary, we are making progress on that, and that's why I think that the amendment by Mr Allen and his colleagues is entirely reasonable. Kelly Armstrong has mentioned monitoring issues in relation to the housing supply strategy. I'll say what I said earlier on about the anti-poverty strategy. I have no desire for this to sit on a shelf and do nothing. I want it to be effective, and therefore there is agreement within the strategy that new legislation, policies and procurement protocols will be required to underpin that, and we will identify where new powers and policies are needed to enable strategic delivery and set out a framework for implementing these. It takes me to another point that a few members have raised today, and I want to pick up in particular on the comments by Claire Sugden, who stated that we have siloed government here in Northern Ireland and nothing gets done. I have plenty of criticisms of executive and executive colleagues at times. I keep those to myself. But to be fair, on this issue, we have actually had joined-up approach. We have a housing supply strategy. We have a housing supply strategy that is already making a difference, because we see that in how officials work together, how they operate, the fact that the Finance Minister had allocated to the infrastructure an additional £16.5 million last year so that we could put in place an additional 2,000, the connection of an additional 2,300 social homes. It's because we have a document like this that outlines how we are to work, means that we are making progress on that. So I can often take criticism on those issues, but on this one there has been more joined up work and approach.
But I'm talking about this in a wider holistic context in terms of outcomes. So the points that I'm speaking to in terms of how it will impact our other public services. So, more often than not, when we bring these issues to, various ministers, they'll say, I'm sorry, it's not my remit, but ultimately it is. And, my biggest frustration with this government is that, yes, you can join the dots in terms of your various working groups, but ultimately we're not looking at outcomes here, and that's where you need to have better joined up working.
I disagree with the member. I think it's a very shallow argument, because I've already identified one particular way in which there has been greater working together, and on the issue of infrastructure that has been lined up already. The other issue is one that she has already raised, and Mr Bradley raises with me frequently, which is about the second homes on the North Coast. This is an issue I don't really think that was on the agenda of other ministers. I worked together with the previous Economy Minister, and we are now taking forward plans about how we can address that issue. So if she's saying that we don't work together, we don't talk about these issues and we don't get tangible outcomes from those, I would say I have to disagree with her on that. She also asked for tangible activity that we have taken part in, and I have I've listed that many times in this House before. We have had tangible deliveries when it comes to housing, not just the strategy and not just the commitment in the programme for government, but there's 600 homes that we're using that will save, and she's rolling her eyes, the 600 homes that we have bought will save, she says it's not enough, but 600 homes will save £75 million over the next 7 years. This is on temporary accommodation. It's going to save £75 million over the next 7 years because we're taking that pressure off temporary accommodation. The member doesn't think that's a good idea. That's actually innovative. It's an innovative way to deal with this problem. And I think this is just opposition for opposition's sake. That is something that should be welcomed. What they're saying is a new innovative plan that we have brought forward, which will save, how many other ministers are bringing forward plans that will save £75 million? Mr Carroll identified as a problem. Too much money being spent on temporary accommodation. So what have we done? Something that hasn't been done in recent years, using reserves to buy homes to take the pressure off that. I think that is a good thing. I want to see more of that. I'm sorry, I am limited in my time. I would give way, but I've already given way to a lengthy intervention already. But I will come on to Mr Gaston's points. He has set out some of the issues, and I agree with him. Wastewater in particular, that is critical. I want to see action on that, and I want to explore all of the options. I'll be more than happy to look at that plan that the Infrastructure Minister brings forward. But I do think he raises some other important concerns, in particular around HMOs, and work is being considered on that as well. I also want to take issue with Mr Carroll's point. I don't have all the resources that I want, but for the first time we've got dedicated funds for homelessness prevention. We can't say we're not doing anything on this when we have allocated more resources, because I want to make sure that people don't fall into those issues in the first place. I'm sorry, I only have one. I've less than a minute left. I would love to. I'm always open to taking interventions, but I don't think the Speaker is going to give me any additional time, so I need to move on. What I will say is I recognise the scale of the problems that we face. I'm absolutely committed to making sure that we can deal with them. I have been the one that has looked at the new and innovative things that we can do that will actually make a difference. I'm going to continue to do that, and I'm going to continue to advocate for more social homes. But the housing supply strategy is one example of how we are working better together. Previously, Mr O'Toole had said that he was looking forward to the publication of the housing supply strategy. It had been published in December, so in finishing I would like to offer a copy of this strategy to Mr O'Toole so he can see some of the progress that we are making, and I'll be happy to sign one for him as well, Mr Speaker.
Only devalue it. I call Andrew McMurray, and you've got up to 3 minutes, Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I share the Opposition's concerns about the slow progress on housing supply. The programme for government sets an important target of commencing at least 5,850 new social homes by the end of this mandate. If we want to meet the target, we need to make speedy and sustained progress right from the start. It's very concerning to hear that the Department will only be able to start work at 900 to 1,000 new social homes this year. And the target demands more than twice that number. Even to meet the target, we'll barely be touching the sides of the problem, and as many have pointed out, in the first quarter of 2025, over 49,000 households were on the social housing waiting list across Northern Ireland. In Newry, Morningdown alone, nearly 4,000 households are on this list, and there are also over 4,000 households who have presented as homeless across Northern Ireland. And these are not just statistics, as has been pointed out, I think, by Mr Durkin actually quite well, that there's families and single individuals in particular who are waiting far too long for the dignity of secure and affordable home. And let me be clear, 1,000 new starts is not good enough, and I share the frustration and the sense of urgency, but I do agree. Certainly.
The member has highlighted the scale of the problem, and he also highlights, like many of us, that 1,000 new homes isn't enough. But will he support our calls for additional investment, capital investment, to the Department for Communities to deliver more homes?
Members, an extra minute.
Another minute, that's great, thank you, Speaker. Certainly I am supporting the amendment that the UUP brings forward, so happy to say that, yes. But I do agree with the conclusion, expressing lack of confidence in the Executive. It does not build a single new home, it does not need any extra funding, it does not need to help thousands of people in housing stress one bit. What we need now is constructive action. That is why our amendment calls for the Minister to bring forward a costed action plan, but we're happy to support the UUP amendment as is. And this is a much more solutions-focused approach which can actually help improve the outcomes and take meaningful steps towards delivering the homes and communities for us. And just before I do sum up, we've all heard some of the practical, tangible issues that are facing this. So I do want to point out in disagreement with Mr. Gaston that it then seems to be blamed on newcomers almost solely, which I think is very, very poor form. But apart from that, the cordial debate was good. But the other common thread of this as well, I think, is the thread of the water infrastructure, which does seem to be the main thread of this. But I'm about to sit down.
Okay, I call John Stewart to wind on Amendment 1, and you've got Mr. Stewart.
Yep, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to wind on our amendment today. I do think it's been a good debate so far in good tone. I do want to say at the outset that there should be no room for party politics when it comes to a housing crisis, when people need a roof over their head. No room for political point scoring or rhetoric, but constructive cooperation cross-party. And I think for the most part that is what we see. And I think we do see that from the Minister, trying his best often into very difficult circumstances. We want to thank everyone as well who's so far committed to supporting our amendment. We do want to do that in the constructive tone that it was intended to do, and thank the SLP for bringing their motion forward today. I want to acknowledge as well the Minister's commitment and work to date, tackling the homelessness and increasing the housing strategy through document that's been released recently. But this needs to be seen in context when placed against the scale of the housing crisis we face. It simply doesn't go far enough. That's not a criticism of the Minister or the Department or a political swipe, but an honest reflection of the reality of the thousands of people across Northern Ireland that are homeless. As we've heard already, 49,000 homeless families are currently on the social housing waiting list, with a significant percentage of those currently deemed to be homeless. That is lamentable in 2025 in a modern society. The aim to build 1,000 homes a year simply won't go anywhere close enough at this stage to even tackle that, and the Northern Ireland Housing Federation, our Federation of Housing Associations, has said that we need to build 2,200 a year, and that probably isn't enough either. But the Minister knows this, we know this, we're dealing with difficult circumstances, and my party colleague for East Antrim, or for East Belfast, has already pointed out what some of those are. We have the infrastructure issues, which we're all aware of, the fact that we cannot build enough homes or develop Northern Ireland to the level it needs to be developed to because of the capacity issues are quite simply scandalous. At the June monitoring round recently, we heard that £10 million had to be allocated under the monitoring round just to ensure there wasn't a crisis in fresh water supply. That is lamentable, and that needs to be tackled and dealt with. Absolutely.
In my intervention to the member for North Antrim, I of course said that the Infrastructure Minister hadn't brought forward any new initiatives regarding this matter, and in the interest of accuracy, perhaps it's important to say, well, she has brought forward developer contributions, but that isn't addressing the scale of the problem. We need to address how NI Water is funded.
Member for the extra minute.
Yeah, thank you for the extra minute, Minister. And yeah, I absolutely agree. The development contributions will solve potentially one aspect of it, but it won't solve the pressure in social housing because it will come at a cost, often which associations can't afford to pay. And also it will ultimately be people who are buying or renting those homes that are going to indirectly pay the cost of developer contributions. So it isn't going to solve the problem. It's possibly one small piece of a multitude of issues that need to be dealt with, but sadly we're not hearing enough of those. My colleague also pointed out, and others have pointed out, the need for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to have additional borrowing powers, and I know that the Minister and all parties in here have been lobbying the British Government to ensure that can happen. That is vital. 50 years ago, the Housing Executive were building 50 times the level of homes that they're building now, I understand. And it is regrettable that we are at this stage now where they can't borrow the money to build the amount of homes that we need. The final bit that my colleague pointed out as well was that this isn't just an issue for the Communities Minister, it is for all departments and the Executive as a whole, and we need to ensure that the money is there, that the housing supply strategy can be implemented, and also that we go further than that. And if it's not seen to be a full Executive priority, then it's not going to get the level of support that it needs. So we want to thank everyone again for supporting our amendment, and I commend the amendment to the House.
I call Matthew O'Toole to wind on the motion, and Mr O'Toole, you've got up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I will attempt to respond to several of the points that have come up in the debate, but I won't cover all of them because of a relatively brief period of time. I do just want to, first of all, tackle this idea that by the opposition, purely by the opposition being an opposition, that we're somehow not being constructive. We've said from the very beginning that we would be a constructive opposition. But let me be absolutely clear. Being robust and pressing the Executive for delivery on their own targets is the essence of opposition. It's the essence of democracy. And if people in this chamber don't like democratic debate, don't like challenge, think that we all should come here and agree with one another, wring our hands collectively, then go out and pretend that we all agree with one another, then we're failing our citizens. I will give way to the Minister.
Very clear, as I did at the start of my comments. I welcome this debate, and I'm more than happy to be held to account, and I want the focus on this issue. And certainly you can't level that accusation at us today. More than happy to have that discussion and to make sure that we are held to account.
Well, I appreciate
Extra minute, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Minister making that clarification, and I acknowledge the fact that we have been robust with him in the past few days and will continue to have very strong differences of opinions about events of the past week. I acknowledge that he has at least offered a degree of explanation for what is a striking failure to deliver on social housing targets. I acknowledge he has engaged in some detail. So far, that's fair enough, but it is very difficult to see how the Executive can come anywhere near to meeting its target, one of the very few targets that are specific in the programme for government, which is 6,000 social homes by the end of this mandate. We're going to deliver, if we're lucky, 1,000 this year. That means that target is going to be missed, in all probability. In all probability, I think it's extremely unlikely that it's going to be missed. Mr. Kingston said earlier on we were indulging in the luxury of opposition. He and his colleagues and the others in this chamber have the privilege and the responsibility of government. Our job in the opposition is to hold them to account. I think Mr. Allen asked an intervention.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member accept that this issue isn't just a current issue, and in fact it goes back decades, and his party did hold the DSD portfolio at one time?
Yes, that is absolutely true. Yes, at one time our party did hold that, and we could all go back and find out that at some point Paddy Devlin said in a meeting somewhere in Belfast City Council back in 1970 whatever. Fair enough, that's fine, I acknowledge that. It is a joint responsibility, but we have to take responsibility as opposition now for holding the Executive and its parties to account. So I just want to go through a few. I won't give away on absolutely every single point. I've been generous in taking interventions, perhaps in a few minutes' time. But let me say this. The Executive will, in all likelihood, miss its social housing targets. Let's be clear about that. The Minister did at least make a bid to get the amount of money, but the Finance Minister did not meet it. What are the other issues that we know are plaguing delivery of social housing and all other forms of construction? Is NI water. Now, that isn't this Minister's responsibility, but it is the Executive's responsibility. The failure to even engage with the problems at NI water is a shameful indictment on both the Infrastructure Minister and the Finance Minister. Yesterday in this chamber, the Finance Minister practically brushed me off when I asked him about investment in NI water. Last week, the Independent Fiscal Council said the funding model was not fit for purpose. Yesterday, the Finance Minister said, I don't agree, just brush it off. Mr. Speaker, later on tonight, just about 100 miles south of here, there's going to be a protest, and someone put up a social media post about the housing crisis in the other part of this island. And the person posting this message says, fed up with the rip-off rents and house prices? Yes, I would say lots of people are in the north. Angry at ever-rising homelessness? Yes, I am, and certainly lots of others are, my constituents. Dismayed by missed social and affordable housing delivery? Yes. I agree with Owen O'Brien, Sinn Féin spokesperson in the Dáil, that this isn't acceptable. All I'm asking for, and all the opposition is asking for, is that the citizens of the north who are experiencing a housing emergency get the same kind of opposition and the same kind of delivery that Sinn Féin are demanding in the other part of this island. But simply announcing strategies, as Sinn Féin housing ministers did, and by the way, so far in this debate, we've had the debate's now over, we've had one Sinn Féin spokesperson. I think that speaks volumes for the seriousness with which that party takes its responsibilities to its citizens in the north. What's good enough in Dublin is not good enough for those of us in the north. It's pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Pathetic. Genuinely pathetic. Does Ms. Ennis want to give away? Well, I've held the Minister to account. I'm talking to the Minister too, because the Minister and others are responsible for their failure to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, but they're part of an Executive in which the Finance Minister and Infrastructure are unable and unwilling to engage on the most serious issues. I'll give way briefly to Mr. Carroll.
The member for giving way. Does the member have a concern that there appears to be a circling of the wagons by the Executive parties with the amendments which tries to remove the part in your original motion that says that believes the Executive is failing to address the housing crisis? Does the member in the party opposite have any concern that there's been an attempt to gut that part of the motion?
I agree with that, and we won't be supporting the amendments, not because we're being difficult, but because we're the opposition. Our job is to hold the rest of the parties in this chamber who are in government to account. Lots of important things are happening. I welcome the fact that there's finally a discussion, a serious discussion with the Treasury about the classification of the housing executive and borrowing powers. That's a good thing. We'll be constructive in welcoming that. I welcome the fact that there is now agreement around some of the land use points that we've talked about. There are progress, and I don't think the Minister isn't serious about all of these things. But there's going to be a failure to deliver on the target that was in the programme for government just a few weeks ago. There is nowhere near the budget to deliver social homes. There's a complete denial about the crisis facing NI Water. So if you think that the job of the official opposition is to come in here, glad hand, shake hands and pretend that it's all fine, I'm afraid you've got another think coming. I commend the motion to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And before I put the question on Amendment 1, I'd remind members that if it is made, I'll not put the question on Amendment 2. The question is that Amendment number 1, standing in the name of Andy Allen, John Stewart, Diana Armstrong and Colin Crawford. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. No. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order. Members resume their seats. The question is that Amendment 1, standing in the names of Andy Allen, John Stewart, Diana Armstrong and Colin Crawford, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any, no. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are John Stewart and Doug Beattie. Tellers for the noes are Jerry Carl and Mark Durkin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Order, members will resume your seats. Clerk, read the result.
46 members voted, 38 members voted aye, 8 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. Okay, note that there is no's from the SDLP and the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion standing in the order paper be agreed. We now move to the next item of business. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I therefore propose we leave the Assembly suspend the sitting until 2 o'clock. The Assembly is suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
It's time for questions to the Minister of Health. I call Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, question 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Belfast Trust recently completed the multidisciplinary review of the options for the remediation works required to address the water safety issues within the new maternity hospital at the Royal Victoria site. The review has been in the form of multidisciplinary risk assessment workshops held in April and May, the intent to determine the route forward for the building and the level of remediation works required to give assurance of safety. A recommendation on the option to be implemented was discussed and accepted at Trust Board level. That was on the 5th of June. The Trust provided the Department with a briefing document only last Thursday. This outlines the proposed remediation works to be implemented, and it includes a programme for the remedial works and estimated costs for same. I and my officials are reviewing the document. I've already met with the Trust Director of Strategic Development to try to satisfy myself that everything possible is being undertaken by the Trust to allow the maternity facility to become operational as soon as possible while ensuring patient safety. There are a number of issues with the report and proposed way forward where my officials and I have tasked the Trust to come forward with further information. I can understand why there is a genuine desire from the committee to receive this report, and once next steps are determined, and hopefully will be very soon, I want to assure members the document will be shared and officials made available to brief the committee as required. Belfast Trust have assured me the safety of patients remains their highest priority. When addressing the water safety issues within the new hospital, I support this position. In this regard, I can advise the Trust have confirmed they'll establish a robust flushing management and testing regime for the water systems during and after the remediation works. The management of this regime to ensure patient safety will need to be closely monitored by a dedicated Trust Project Water Safety Group.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. This has been a long developing issue, and I'm glad to hear the Minister is going to share that report with the committee. It's 10 years behind. The cost is now expected to be more in excess of £97 million, and with this I expect there will be a price tag as well. So I'd like to ask the Minister about the price tag and if he knows when mothers will be able to have their babies in the Royal Maternity Hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, there has been no decision endorsed by me. There were 3 options, and I know that the Trust are going for option B, and that appears to have a timeline, and I'm sorry to say this, a timeline of 28 months. That's another 2 and a bit years, and several £1 million. So I have met with, as I said, with the relevant official. I have not accepted this. I can't gild this lily. I can't soften this. None of the 3 options can be guaranteed to solve the problem. None of them. The third option is to rip everything out in terms of the waterworks and start again, and that's going to take even longer. So what I've done is I've asked that we find an external expert, because when the multidisciplinary team looked at the 3 options, the majority went for option B or 2, but not everybody. So first of all, I would like an external view on this, about whether B or option 2 is the right option. I want an external view in terms of whether it really should take 28 months. I also want to know whether there are parts of the hospital that we can start using while we're fixing the water, because the area of real danger is the neonatal unit, as you know, where the most vulnerable children are. And I also feel I need to better understand from those who were against option B why that is the case. So we're far from I am far from finished on this, but there's nothing good to say except it is a magnificent facility that is not in use.
Nods.
Speaker, I must say, I think everyone in the chamber shares your frustration. 28 months, and we're already 15 months since the handover of that building. So I share your frustration. Can I turn your attention, Minister, to another issue in relation to the Belfast Trust? And can I ask you to explain to the House how significant the fire safety concerns that the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service have about the Royal Victoria Hospital? Do you know when the Trust was first advised about these concerns? And can you confirm that the Fire and Rescue Service is pursuing an enforcement notice in relation to this?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A different issue, as the member says. So a fire safety audit was carried out at the Royal Victoria Hospital on the 4th of June, and that was by personnel from the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service. They did so under the Fire and Rescue Service's Northern Ireland Order of 2006. The outcome of the audit found a substantial risk at wards 4 and ward 7, with a score rating that falls within the enforcement notice category. A follow-up meeting took place on the 11th of June to assist the Belfast Trust in making the necessary improvements. Another meeting is arranged for this afternoon. I appreciate the pragmatic approach that the Fire and Rescue Service takes to working with responsible persons at audited premises to mitigate risk. And in this case, the Fire and Rescue Service inspection officers continue to do so with the Belfast Trust officials. But I accept the point that this does nothing to try and restore public and political confidence in the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust.
Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in relation to the neighbouring capital project on the Royal site, are you satisfied that works are progressing well with the new Children's Hospital?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I can say to the member that I am satisfied with the verbal assurance I got as recently as yesterday that work is progressing on the Children's Hospital on time and to budget. But that said, we are in the foothills of a very long building works campaign. I am happy to report the Falls Road has not collapsed, and I don't say that flippantly, but there has to be work carried out in the first instance to ensure that that road is shored up, and that appears to have been done successfully.
Linda Dillon.
Can call you, and can I apologise, can call you, for not being in my place yesterday. I thought my question had been withdrawn, so apologies. Minister, thank you for your response so far. Can you just give us an idea if the works at the new maternity hospital will be borne by the public purse, or whether there is an ability to get that money back from the contractor in any way? And if you don't know that, when will we know the answer to that?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I understand the member is very curious about this, as indeed am I. We are, as I understand it, the Trust are still trying to figure out exactly what has gone wrong with the pipework. So we know there was Pseudomonas bacteria in the pipework, and that has been the main issue. But I understand since then that some valves which have seals are perhaps defective, and there's now a question about whether that is the responsibility or where that responsibility lies. It's commercially sensitive, so I don't want to not be open and transparent, but I don't want to say anything in this chamber that might prejudice anything the Belfast Trust feel they need to do in terms of liaising with the contractors.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. An earlier independent review identified the model of the proposed 6 or 7 bedded mother and baby unit should be that as recommended by the Royal College of Psychiatrists, and additionally that the location of the mother and baby unit should be the City Hospital site, which of course is within the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust. I've already made clear to officials within my department I wish to see this issue progressed at pace, which would be a change. However, given the importance of the service, the latest position is that public health colleagues have been asked for their input to strengthen the case for a 7-bedded unit, which will help make the unit future-proofed. Belfast Trust are at a very advanced stage in the development of a capital and revenue business case. They've advised once they receive instruction on the number of beds required, it will take 6 weeks from there to finalise the business case. Now, while the development of a mother and baby unit remains a longer-term strategic objective, my department has committed to strengthening existing provision in the interim through investment in community-based specialist perinatal mental health services, the upskilling of perinatal clinical staff, the implementation of the perinatal mental health care's pathway and the associated guidance, implementation of crisis intervention pathways and out-of-hours support for women experiencing acute distress, and finally, ongoing engagement with service users and advocacy groups to ensure care remains person-centred and responsive to the needs of mothers and families. Development of a survey user leaflet to explain the perinatal mental health is underway.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. I wonder, thank you for the details of what's happening in the interim, but going forward, have you had any discussions with your counterpart in the Republic of Ireland to see if there is the ability for an all-island approach to this? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I can say to the member, yes, I have, and in fact it was with the previous Minister for Health in the Government of Ireland, Stephen Donnelly. We had some detailed discussions about the possibility of pitching to the Shared Island Fund for a single mother and baby unit that would service the whole island of Ireland. Without wishing to break any confidentiality, the response from the Shared Island unit, according to Minister Donnelly, was a hard no. So we have that perhaps explains part of the delay in that we were hoping to go down that route. But that's over, and now we must press ahead at pace and get this done. My wife could have used that service 30 years ago.
And Minister, notwithstanding all the good work that you're saying that's taken place in lieu of there actually being a mother and baby unit, has any consideration been given to providing a temporary unit? Because most of the backbone of the work is the staff, and whilst we wait to get the perfection of a brand new building and a new service, maybe actually just something even temporary, because we're waiting on the Belfast Trust delivering this. It could be a long, long time before it actually arrives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will go back and check once again with officials whether a temporary solution is possible. I just said to the member, it's now over 30 years ago that my wife had an episode of antenatal depression. And what happened when my son was born was so far from ideal, it has stuck with us 30 years on. So until we get the mother and baby unit, we're not going to be in the position that we need to be in. Temporary solutions sound good, but then when you get into the practicalities of it, but I will ask and I will get back to you.
William Irwin.
Speaker, question number 3.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Encompass successfully went live in the Southern and Western Trusts on the 8th of May. This is the first time in the history of Northern Ireland that all 5 geographically defined trusts have been integrated into one digital system. It's a major transformational change. It will empower patients. It will improve access to care. Used properly, Encompass will deliver improvements to care quality and to productivity. It will ensure staff have timely access to health information while supporting safer and more effective care delivery. Encompass is Europe's most comprehensive digital care record, comprising acute, community and social care, social work and mental health care. With the system now operational across Northern Ireland, all patients and service users will be able to securely access a subset of their health record, such as clinical letters, medication details, and some test results via the MyCare patient portal. They can also view appointments and track the progress of their treatment. MyCare is already providing secure access to personal health information for over 150,000 users. The Encompass system also offers seamless sharing of patient and service user data with authorised colleagues across the health and social care network. Key integrations include systems for routing letters, imaging and lab results to GPs, ambulance booking and arrival management services, also regional radiology and digital pathology services, and the Northern Ireland Pathology Information Management System for laboratories. Encompass continues to collaborate with senior Trust Information Risk Owners, the Information Governance Advisory Board, the Information Commissioner's Office and other key stakeholders to ensure benefits are being realised right across the region within the framework of continuity of care, patient safety, information governance and cyber security.
Mr. Irwin.
Can I thank the Minister for his response? Minister, now that Encompass is in all the trusts, can you ensure that this House that we will now get full information on waiting lists, particularly cancer waiting lists where key data has been absent?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. the fact is that rolling out Encompass is one of the biggest changes to patient record keeping that the staff, the workforce of the health and social care system have ever had to face. It needs a period for bedding in, and it needs a period for validation. So frustrating as that may be, there have been times, and there continue to be times, particularly with the Southern and the Western, the latest trusts to adopt and go live with Encompass, when the information and the data we're getting is not fully validated. This is just part of the process, and I say again, it is frustrating, but think of the prize once we get there, when it is fully embedded, operational and validated. Its impact on our ability to deliver public health is unmatched, and so I think we're in a really good position going forward.
Philip McGuigan. And I note the Minister used the phrase, think of the prize when Encompass is fully embedded. Subsequent to that, can I ask the Minister to outline what discussions he has had with GP representatives to determine what level of access to Encompass they require, and if he can outline any progress on the discussions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The GPs, as the member will know, do not have full access to Encompass, but it is my understanding from talking to the officials who are in charge of this that they have sufficient and appropriate access to Encompass. Where we go longer term in the future is something I'm very much open to, but I'm satisfied that at the moment GPs have appropriate access to the information they need, which is being held now on the Encompass system.
Justin McNulty.
At a price tag of £300 million, Encompass really should be all singing and dancing. And in relation to GPs, it is disappointing that GP information is not stored on the Encompass system. So in terms of the integrity and efficiency of the service and health services, should be all included. Have you any concerns in terms of the teething issues around Encompass, whereby there's an overburdening on staff, and some feel that they are now moving from paperwork to data work?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't catch that last, from paperwork to data work. Well, I have been out and about a lot, as the member may know. I visited a lot of sites, particularly hospitals where Encompass is in use, and I do get a mixed reaction in terms of asking people, what do you think of Encompass? I've had some extremely negative comment, which I will not repeat within this chamber, but I've also had some particularly encouraging responses, and the encouragement tends to come more from clinicians and consultants than people who are perhaps, as you put it, moving from paperwork to data work. But look, yes, £360 million is a lot of money. We reckon the cash releasing benefits of this will be £29.6 million over the next number of years in cash terms. Non-cash releasing benefits, I'm being told, will be of the value of £514 million. But it's not about the money. It's about the ability to deliver public health, to understand much better where the problems are, particularly health inequalities, to be able to analyse where health inequalities occur, and then to go in and proactively tackle them.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, and while we appreciate all the benefits of Encompass, there nevertheless remains, particularly in primary care, a mishmash of systems that have either been procured by GP practices or others across the healthcare system. In England and Wales, there is a major project underway now where that previous technology was very difficult to draw together, and there are now excellent technological solutions to bringing it all together into central systems. What action are you taking to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see that as part of a next phase. As the member said, £360 million is an awful lot of money. To fully roll it out across primary care is beyond our ability in terms of our financial reach. But I would say to the member that the thing that I want to see next is e-prescriptions. I want to see GPs being able to prescribe over the internet. So, I mean, I take 5 tablets every day, so I go to my chemist. My chemist tells me, my pharmacist says they have to walk up the hill to the GP practice, physically collect the docket, come back, process it. I think for primary care, for GP surgeries, and for the pharmacies, if we were able to do this electronically, it would be transformational. And yet I'm told it will be 2032, 7 more years. Again, that doesn't equate to my sense of where is the urgency in healthcare delivery. How are we doing things at pace? So while Mr. Dixon is validly pointing out that there's an issue that needs to be addressed, the one I really want to address next is that electronic prescription.
Mark Durgan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Question 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Implementing the new Regional Mental Health Crisis Service is a commitment in the Mental Health Strategy for 2021 to 31. It comes under Actions 12 and 27. My departmental officials and the Public Health Agency are working in partnership to deliver on both of these actions, with the hope of developing a regional mental health crisis service for all the citizens of this place. Future state work has commenced across lifespan services, including scoping what a good service would look like. As part of the development of the Regional Mental Health Crisis Service, my departmental officials are keeping national developments, such as specialist crisis centres in NHS England, under review. While some individuals who are experiencing a mental health crisis require to have their needs assessed and met within an emergency department, others may not. As an alternative to ED attendance, 2 initiatives were piloted for individuals with mental health needs but not requiring acute physical care. There's the Multi-Agency Triage Team, or MAT, currently operational in 2 trust areas, and there's the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service pilot initiative called Hear and Treat, operating in the southeastern area, which includes mental health professionals in their control rooms.
Mr. Durkan.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Will the Minister concede that in many aspects the current model serves nobody particularly well, be it those suffering mental health crises, other vulnerable, particularly elderly patients having to endure the sometimes volatility of some of those with mental health issues, and not least the overstretched staff who put themselves at risk often trying to manage this situation as well as administer care to all those in need. Does the Minister envisage that this regional mental health crisis service will be adequately resourced and will be equally accessible to all across the North?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without wishing to scare people, I mean, the question, will things be adequately resourced, tends to end up with the answer, it could be much better resourced, which is not to say that there aren't good resources out there. The member will know I've campaigned on mental ill health and well-being since I was elected back in 2011. I don't think it's a Cinderella service anymore, which it was back then. But there are 2 issues. One is awareness and the other is action. And I think we've done a lot more in terms of awareness than we have done in terms of action. And to do more in terms of action, yes, we need more funding, we need more resourcing, but we also need workforce. And I say again, to deliver healthcare, you need buildings, you need beds, you need equipment, and you need medicine, but all that says nothing if you don't have the right workforce, and that's in terms of the numbers, the skills, and the commitment. And that's where my primary focus is. And we need to do more in terms of delivering these services for people who are incredibly vulnerable because of their mental conditions.
Neil McAllister.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in my constituency at the Mater Hospital, if you go down any evening, you often find many police officers, many staff, many patients in crisis. The staff at the hospital know they need help, they want to give them help, but the approved social workers, GPs, their workload is very intense, but yet there are people falling through the cracks. What can the Minister's department do for interim measures before we have these crisis centres established, so that those hospitals that are often overwhelmed can actually get the help that the patients need?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the member mentions the fact that there are PSNI officers in the Mater Hospital, as indeed there are around the EDs in all our acutes. The member will be aware that the Chief Constable, Mr. Boucher, is planning to move the PSNI into the right care, right person model, following an approach that is already underway in other parts of the United Kingdom. The reason for that is he will argue, quite rightly, that PSNI officers are not trained to deal with many mental health issues. So we have been working with the Department of Justice, with the PSNI, as a Department of Health. I understand the direction of travel is the one that we need to pursue. My only concern is with regard to transition. I don't want to see a hiatus where there is nobody around to try and deal with vulnerable people who have severe mental health and well-being issues and could be a danger both to themselves and to others.
Dan Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers to this point. Minister, can you provide an update on the very impressive Mental Health Community Navigator service within the Royal Victoria Hospital A&E Department?
Well, I thank the member for her question. As far as I understand it, there are ongoing discussions with regard to the future of that service. All these services are shown to be of benefit to patients, particularly vulnerable patients, perhaps patients who don't know particularly well how to navigate a hospital like the Royal Victoria. But funding is always an issue. So I think the best I can say to the member is that no definitive answer is forthcoming today, but negotiations are underway with a view to trying to maintain that service.
Orlea Flynn.
I'll get question 5, please.
Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware of the outline proposal put forward by Queen's University Belfast for a trialling rapid drug testing model here in Northern Ireland. Following recent conversations with interested parties, including Queen's, the PSNI and the Public Health Agency, the intention is that enhanced testing possibilities will be fully considered as part of a wider anticipated review of the current drug and alcohol monitoring and information system. While the extremely challenging financial situation remains, funding for any enhanced testing service is unlikely to be available in the near future. However, we'll continue to monitor the position and we will seek to identify other potential funding sources should the review of the information system indicate this type of approach would be helpful locally. It's important to note that the Drug and Alcohol Monitoring and Information System, operated by the PHA but overseen by a cross-departmental steering group, continues to provide up-to-date information on substances of concern to service users and those likely to come into contact with potentially harmful substances. Under DAMAS, currently we have the ability to proactively seek rapid testing of substances which are seen to be causing harm through partnership working with the PSNI and Forensic Science Northern Ireland. This information is used to inform related advice and give alerts to service users, to vulnerable groups and those in key services. However, it doesn't provide for ongoing testing of a wider range of substances, and it's acknowledged that enhancement in this space may be useful. However, the exact requirements should be informed by the review. Subject to the completion of the review, resulting recommendations and securement of the necessary funding, it may, of course, be appropriate to consider whether other potential suppliers should also be invited to put forward proposals in this area.
Ms. Lynn.
Thank the Minister for that response. So I do think it's disappointing that that this pilot mightn't be successful. My question then would be, in terms of the review of that information system, does the Minister have a timeline when that review will be complete? And could one of the other funding options maybe be through the North-South Ministerial Council, the Health? I know we gave an update the other week around the all-island working around drink, alcohol and drugs.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have a definitive timeline for this work. It falls into a broader category. Indeed, yesterday I was with representatives from Belfast City Council talking about their complex lives proposals, which seem to work extremely well. And I have agreed that I will try and get a multi-departmental meeting with the Council about this alongside Justice and communities. So I want to place this in a broader societal context.
Is not available. Kelly Armstrong.
Number 7.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to assure the member work on the proposed changes to the legislation remains a key focus for my department, and I'm committed to ensuring this work is completed without undue delay. The public consultation on the proposed eligibility criteria for passporting universal credit recipients, it closed on the 10th of March. I welcome the openness, the feedback and the engagement from all who participated in the consultation. So officials are currently analysing the responses, compiling a consultation summary report which will be published on the departmental website in the coming weeks. In the context of the extremely difficult financial environment, implementing the existing GB thresholds remains the preferred option that will preserve parity with the rest of the UK. It's also most affordable to the health budget and will ensure continuity of eligibility for the most vulnerable.
That draws to a conclusion the time for the listed questions. We now move to topicals, and I call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, you'll be well aware of the serious issues facing the Belfast Trust, including persistent reports of bullying, racism and inappropriate behaviour. You've introduced level 5 interventions. Can you confirm whether this includes a mechanism that will allow staff who've lost trust in the Trust to report concerns directly to an independent body with confidence there that their concerns will be taken seriously?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I can say yes to that, but I want to be specific about this. In fact, after this meeting, before the day is out, I will be meeting with Peter McBride, who the member will know I have asked to be my eyes and ears in terms of assessing the adverse cultural and behavioural issues, not just in the cardiac surgery unit, but across the Belfast Trust. So I have some draft terms of reference for him. I wanted to consult with the unions again, because I've already spoken to them, unions and the professional bodies, and just to make sure they're content with the terms of reference. Obviously, I want Peter to be content, but one of the specifics is the whistleblowing policy, because it is my understanding that service or staff confidence in that whistleblowing policy is very low. So I want to be assured that people feel that if they do whistleblow, that they will be heard properly, that they will not feel that they're putting themselves at risk of some sort of reprisal from management. I have no idea whether that is the case. But there's certainly, if you judge it by the reported level of confidence in that system, there's a problem. And where there's a problem, there needs to be a fix.
Mr. McGrath.
Thank you very much. Well, I welcome hearing that, Minister, because many in the Health Committee who heard from the Trust last week were less than assured that matters are actually being dealt with. When the Trust Chair refers to a complaint as potentially just a gripe, it made me feel that what we're actually saying is that the culture from the very top is not working within that organisation. Can I say, if level 5 interventions reveal a continued failing at Trust Board level, will you ask those responsible to stand aside?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say yes to the member. I said I was going to intervene on a number of levels. Peter McBride going in to look at the culture and the behaviours where they're wrong is number one. Number two will involve putting somebody in externally who has an expertise in what I'm calling clinical teamwork, which is a direct reference to the cardiac surgery unit. My permanent secretary, Mike Farrar, is on top of that. It's one of the great advantages of having somebody steeped in healthcare delivery across the UK, that he knows names. So I've left him to liaise on that. There is a third intervention which I am working on, and I'm not in a position to reveal it. But I do assure you, the House and the committee will be first to know.
Question 2 was withdrawn by Mr. Blair, and I would inform the House that Mr. Blair tragically lost his father today. So I'm sure the sympathies of all of the House will be with John at this time. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your kind words. But could the Minister provide an update on the Department's plans for the regional review of neurology services, specifically any work ahead of the conclusion of the public consultation in August 25?
I thank the member for her question, and can I express my condolences to Mr. Blair on his loss. Neurology was one of those areas where we were looking at a really bad situation. I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, I think I need to write to the member because I don't want to misspeak on such a serious issue.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. When you're writing back, if you could confirm if there's any short-term measures that can be prioritised to improve access to neurology services in the interim.
I can certainly give that assurance, Mr. Speaker.
On Bunting.
Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to express my condolences to Deputy Speaker Blair. I've been in that position myself, and it is very, very tragic and very difficult to deal with, so I really send him my very best wishes. Could I ask the Health Minister to give his assessment of the effectiveness of the presence of medical practitioners in custody suites, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the angle that the Chair of the Justice Committee is coming from. I have to say this is not an area that has been a focus of mine, so I'm more than happy to take it away and listen to whatever the member has to say by way of follow-up.
Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm actually grateful for that answer. And I'd be grateful if the Minister would look into this, because we are hearing that there are actually more detained persons being sent to hospital than prior to this scheme. And moreover, that apparently those medical staff present and on site in custody suites will not help police officers who are suffering minor injuries in the course of their duties. So, for example, if they're cut or if they're spat at, they're being refused help. If this is indeed the case, then perhaps the Minister, when he's looking into this, could consider whether this is acceptable and what is his assessment of that, should it be the position.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the avoidance of doubt, I should maybe declare an interest in that my sister is a custody visitor. So she does sometimes give me a narrative of her experience. I mean, I think the bottom line is I thought that health and the PSNI were getting a lot better in terms of understanding where people should be placed. So, for example, people with severe mental health issues should not necessarily be put in a holding cell in a police station. So you're taking it to a different level where there's kind of seems to be some sort of division of labour where people are refusing to offer appropriate medical support and intervention. So I most certainly take a look at that.
No, there's no giving way. You and the Minister can engage outside the chamber on this. Question 5 is withdrawn. Move to Ms. Melissa McHugh.
Margaret Concorla, and I'd like to express my deepest sympathies as well to John Blair and to his family at the loss of his father. Minister, my question to you is just in relation to the recent racist attacks and so on. Are you aware of, or have you had any assessment of the impact that has had on healthcare workers?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question, and I have been public about this. While there is no evidence that we have received to date that any of the people who are subject to the racist attacks are our international colleagues working in delivering healthcare in the health and social care system, I am aware that last year several valued members of the international community in the HSE system did come under attack. I'm thinking about particularly a nurse in Antrim, but that was one of several. And whether any member of the health and social care community has been attacked or not, it is beyond logic that international colleagues will be feeling the fear and the intimidation and wondering, are we next? And let me be very clear, it is extremely well accepted within healthcare delivery that if we don't have our international colleagues, the healthcare system collapses. I repeat, collapses.
Mr. McHugh.
I thank you, Minister, for your statement so far. Minister, are there any measures that you can put in place just in the event of an emergency that there are healthcare workers that are coming under pressure as a result of the recent sort of experiences?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to that is yes, but it's not the department, it is the trusts. And I can assure the member that last year the trusts had protocols in place to help international colleagues. Very practical things like international colleagues who were afraid to use public transport to get to and from work for fear of intimidation and potential physical attack. So there are very practical processes in place and reporting mechanisms where individual members of our international community can alert trusts to the fact that they are concerned, that they're fearful, that they're feeling intimidated. So I have no particular concerns that it's not being treated with the utmost seriousness by the 5 geographically located or defined trusts, and that those processes are in place.
Peter Martin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I also send my condolences to John? I did know his father was unwell, but I'd want him to know that I'll be thinking about him and praying about him in the days ahead. Can I ask the Minister what action he's taking regarding the fact that over a third of consultant haematology posts are currently vacant in Northern Ireland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I said earlier in this session, to deliver healthcare, you need buildings, you need beds, you need equipment, you need medicines, but that is all as nothing if you don't have the right workforce. So the member is identifying just one of many, many, many areas where we have vacancies, too many vacancies to the point where the delivery of better outcomes for the patients who need them are not there. So we do have a workforce directorate, and it is their responsibility to take the necessary steps in conjunction with the Trust to try and improve those rates of vacancy. Because what I don't want is people not receiving timely and proper attention when they need it.
Mr. Martin. I want to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, what are the particular pressures and difficulties that the Health Service in Northern Ireland face in regards particularly to recruiting consultants across not just haematology but across wider specialisms?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think there are a number of factors which mitigate filling all those vacancies. One is location. I think it's well understood that some consultants are unwilling to travel to some of the furthest away points from Belfast, because Belfast does become that kind of mecca or that magnetic centre point for the delivery of healthcare. And in some ways, it has to be that way because the Belfast Trust delivers so many regional services for the whole of Northern Ireland. The other big concern is that we used to worry about consultants and others, nurses, allied health professionals, going to Australia, for example. Now we have to worry about them going to Athlone because the rates of pay under Sláinte care are much more attractive to people. So what we have to do, if we cannot compete on salary, is look at the other terms and conditions, the working conditions, the work-life balance. Those are the things that I want to focus on to try and make these roles as attractive as possible and therefore attract people in and, importantly, retain them within HSC.
Bill Brownlee.
Minister, just in reference to your statement on GP contracts, you detailed some very small but obviously important changes to improve access, such as pre-bookable slots so that patients don't need to continue to call back. Minister, could you detail what further discussions have taken place in this regard?
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as the member will know, the BMA, beg your pardon, the BMA GP committee did not like the contract offer that was put to them this year. They wanted another £80 million, as well as other measures to look at things like indemnity, national insurance contribution hikes, and the rest. I was disappointed that we couldn't go on to discuss in any great detail access arrangements, so the member is aware we put some relatively modest proposals to them which could be implemented at no cost. Rather than, we are not getting into a big detailed discussion on that at this stage, but what we are doing is moving on to discuss with that committee a new model of the delivery of primary care. And I think that opens up all sorts of potential, not just for further investment in primary services. And I say again, I want to see a shift left. and that's into primary care, community care, social care, taking the emphasis off the acute hospitals, trying to make sure they don't have to do as many of the really high-cost procedures, and that's going to start a money flow, a funding flow towards GP services.
That brings us to a conclusion the time for questions to the Minister. I have been doing a running note, Minister, on how many supplementary questions are answered. The best so far is 27, 19, 2 16s and a 14. So today you're the 14. I just encourage ministers to mix the need for detail in answers to questions with the ability to be succinct, and encourage their civil servants to be a little more succinct in all of that. But thank you. If members take their ease, we're going to hand over to the Principal Deputy Speaker.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on valuing the arts. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the strategic importance of the arts and creative industries, including the significant role they play in our economic output and societal well-being, regrets the challenging situation facing the sector as a result of the current funding structure, the significant funding cuts and the siloed departmental working, notes the absence of the arts in the programme for government, and calls on the Minister for Communities to work with the Minister for the Economy to realise the full potential of the arts and creative industries by publishing a multi-year funding and delivery plan by October 2025 at the latest.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion. Thank you, Sinead. The Business Committee has allowed up to 1 hour for this debate. You will have 5 minutes to propose and you will have 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 3 minutes. So, Sinead, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. The arts in Northern Ireland are one of our region's greatest strengths. On that, I suspect there is likely very little disagreement right across this chamber and right across the parties here. In each corner of Northern Ireland, from theatre halls to art centres, the arts build bridges, spark dialogue and bring people of all backgrounds together. They act as a quiet engine for our peace, holding up a mirror in our society in ways that can move us to laughter and bring us to tears alike. I know that many of us swell with pride when people from outside Northern Ireland talk of the region's cultural assets. Shows like Game of Thrones, Blue Lights, Line of Duty and of course Dairy Girls. When news headlines, as we have seen in the last week, are too often the worst aspects of Northern Ireland society, our culture represents some of the very best. The arts are also a huge economic boom for our prosperity. A 2023 report found that the creative industries contributed £49 billion to the UK economy in 2022 and supported nearly 1 million jobs. That is enormous, and its economic power that it has been recognised in other places. The UK Government recently announced £270 million Arts Everywhere Fund to create jobs, build creative skills for our young people. But in Northern Ireland, we still fail to realise that economic possibility, that multiplier effect that arts investment can have throughout society. It's a failure that is reflected by the level of funding in our arts sector across the north. Northern Ireland receives the lowest per capita investment in arts funding of all of the UK nations. Per capita arts in Northern Ireland receives just £5.07, half the level of in Wales, where investment stands at £10.51 per head. In Ireland, the Arts Council equivalent receives 4 times the level of commitment from the Irish Government. While the Arts Council here has detailed that government investment in the arts has fallen by £10 million in real terms between 2011 and 2023. This self-sabotage, particularly when you think about the return of investment that we have, should be stopped. By investing in the arts, we see a 23% return for every penny spent. Simply cutting arts funding is penny wise and pound foolish, and it should form no part of this government's agenda. Unfortunately, when I listen to the Community Minister, I really do not get a sense that he understands the economic potential of this sector. Last week, the Minister very graciously detailed the differences between population sizes and quantum of arts funding. Firstly, he seems to see no problem in the fact that Belfast receives 70% of all arts funding, but more than that, by making such basic comparisons between population and arts funding, he totally neglects in his responsibilities to understand the arts as a lever to help address and redress economic disadvantage, or to be tailored to places with most potential. Derry is the second city of this place and receives 12% of funding. Now, I want to see every region get proper arts funding and every artist supported, but I also want to be assured that the arts potential in our city, a city that most members here knows is bursting with creative potential, is properly supported. Realistically, how can we say that this is the case when organisations like Echo and others have had their funding cut, removed in many cases completely? Or when the Riverside Theatre faces closure in Coleraine? Regional balance isn't about everywhere getting an equal size of the pie, not that we have to worry about that in this case. It is about the gap between the investment in places and their potential. We are calling on the Communities and Economy Ministers to work together to produce a joint multi-year funding and delivery strategy by October, one which ends short-term, opaque and unsustainable funding for arts organisations, recognises their value and places them at the heart of a better approach to boosting our economy. This strategy should include clear, transparent funding criteria, guarantee fair support across all regions and be co-designed by the sector. That is why we are bringing this motion today, and I hope it will receive broad support. Speaker, the programme for government does not mention the arts once, not a single reference to artists enriching our communities and driving our growth. That is political ignorance.
Time's up, Sinead. Thank you. Thank you, Sinead. I call Malaysia McHugh.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to start off by thanking the members for bringing forward this motion. I very much welcome the opportunity to discuss the valuable contribution that the arts make. As a member of Comhaltas Ceoltarí Éireann, I have a deep interest in the arts, and I can appreciate in a very personal way how arts and culture can enrich the lives of those who engage with it. It certainly feels as if we are entering a golden age of artistic expression, and the contributions made by our creative industries has reached a new level of recognition across the world. We only have to look at the recent successes of TV shows and films like Game of Thrones, Blue Lights, An Irish Goodbye and Belfast, as well as musicians like Kneecap, to appreciate the impact that artists from the north are making on an international stage. However, despite the huge creative flair and talent our people possess, they still need opportunities to showcase what they can do. The Communities Committee has engaged extensively over the last number of months with the arts sector, hearing firsthand the challenges that they face and are working with to deliver sustainable solutions that will safeguard the arts for generations to come. The major challenge is the funding, and it is fair to say that our arts sector is chronically underfunded. The Arts Council here receives about half of what the equivalent bodies in Scotland and Wales do, which greatly limits the support that can be provided to groups but also individual artists. The lack of funding is a cause of immense frustration for many artists who face ever-rising costs, along with more time-consuming struggles to secure short-term project-based funding. In turn, that makes long-term planning and indeed offering secure employment so challenging. Time and time again, artists are raising concerns about the untimely fashion in which they receive letters of offer from the Arts Council, which can sometimes be several months into the financial year. These issues outline the importance of multi-annual funding to the arts sector, and the recent spending review provides us with an opportunity for the first time in 10 years to have a multi-year budget, which will give our artistic organisations the certainty that they need to allow them to forward plan. Sorry, Melissa, your time is up.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise today to make a clear and urgent case for why the arts, culture and creative sectors in Northern Ireland must be prioritised, not marginalised in our recovery and investment strategies. Let's be honest, the arts were among the hardest hit during the COVID-19 pandemic. Venues closed, jobs were lost, and the sector, so often taken for granted, was left to weather the storm with minimal security. That impact didn't end when restrictions lifted. It's still being felt by artists, by organisations and by communities right across this region. We cannot ignore this legacy, nor can we pretend that this is a problem unique to us. Right across these islands and further afield, governments are grappling with how to protect and sustain their cultural sectors. That's why we must look onward, learn from other jurisdictions and implement best practice right here at home. The arts are not add-on. They are integral to our social fabric and our economic future. They support mental health, education, tourism and town centre regeneration. They bring people together in ways that few other things can, and they offer real, viable career paths for our young people if we support them. But let me be clear, this must not be a regional strategy. There must be regional fairness in how we support and how that support is delivered. For too long, funding has been concentrated in Belfast. While I absolutely support our capital's cultural life, we cannot continue to overlook other areas. The potential closure of the Riverside Theatre, as already has been alluded to, is a wake-up call, a symbol of how vulnerable the arts are outside of Belfast. This cannot continue. And we need to be realistic. Public finances are under serious strain, but that's precisely why we must move away from relying solely on public money. We need to innovate, we need to unlock new funding streams. A multi-year funding plan is essential, but we won't get there without a multi-year budget. In the meantime, we need to act to protect what we have, to invest where it's needed and to re-image how we support one of the most powerful forces for good in our society. This Assembly cannot afford to treat the arts as optional. They are vital and they need our backing now more than ever. Thank you, Mr. Council Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Maurice. I call Sean Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It goes without saying how vital I see the arts and creative industries in Northern Ireland. As someone who worked in the arts and the chair of the all-party group on the arts, it is vital to our economy, our well-being and our sense of place. Part of the fabric of who we are, enriching our lives, building community and shaping how the world sees us and how the world sees Northern Ireland. And despite their undeniable importance, they do remain stagnating as a result of a broken funding model, disjointed departmental working, repeated real-time cuts, despite the Minister's attempt recently to modestly add to the coffers. To make matters worse, the arts and creative industries are entirely absent from the programme for government, as was mentioned, and I do think that's a glaring omission that we can't ignore. The Executive can't be claimed to be serious about growth while leaving out a sector that continues to provide up to 1.6 billion in GVA and supports nearly 40,000 jobs. And as mentioned by Maurice Bradley, they aren't just a nice to have, they are a must have. So I join with colleagues and I welcome this motion. the numbers do speak for themselves. The creative industries, as I say, contributed 1.6 billion to our economy, 3.2% of the overall GVA here in Northern Ireland. There were 3,695 creative business sites in Northern Ireland last year, nearly 4% of all businesses in Northern Ireland, and it is growing. The biggest growth was in music, performing and visual arts, up 11% year on year. And yet, despite that impressive contribution, the creative industries are still treated as an add-on, a bonus and a flourish. My greatest concern is that the value of the arts gets lost because of where they sit in government, slotted into communities, when in reality they should be central to our economic strategy. We have a sectoral action plan for screen, but nothing equivalent for the wider arts, despite their crucial role. And we are making decisions in the dark. There's a glaring absence of Northern Ireland specific data. We don't know what people in the sector are earning by subsector. We don't measure productivity by job type. We don't track trade, turnover, or inward investment of our creative economy. And across the UK, creative services exports are worth nearly 19 billion, and 10% of all inward UK investment goes into the sector. But where's our local picture? We don't have it. The impact survey supported by the Arts Council shows that the cost of living pressures are really hitting arts engagement hard, and that is something that we really want to see addressed. The proposed closure of Riverside Theatre in the University of Ulster brings the crisis into sharp focus. It is what happens when there's little to no joined-up thinking across departments and institutions. They're not just a line in a budget, they're core economic and social infrastructure. They have to be a pillar of joined-up cross-departmental growth. It's time to act.
Thank you for that, Sian. And I call Andy Allen.
Principal Deputy Speaker, in preparing for today's debate, I read and reread a broad range of documents, including liaison with my colleague Pete Ray, who was very helpful in bringing together information for today's debate. And we've heard already a lot of the important information. But what stood out for me in terms of the information that I read, Principal Deputy Speaker, and it stood out more than anything else, was the consistency of the message that Northern Ireland's arts sector is full of talent and potential, but it continues to be held back by underinvestment. The arts matter. They're not a luxury, as we've already heard. They're part of how we live, how we learn, how we connect, and they contribute directly to our economy, our health, our education system, and just about every part of government. But let's be honest, we're not treating the arts as the priority it ought to be. Per head investment, as we've already heard, in Northern Ireland is the lowest anywhere in the United Kingdom, and it lags well behind the Republic of Ireland too. That gap is well known, long-standing, and has repeatedly been highlighted by the sector as a serious and ongoing challenge. Earlier this year, the Minister said in this very chamber, "I do not believe that the arts gets the level of funding that they deserve or require. Funding the arts is an investment in people and our services." He's right, but words need to turn into action. According to the previously referenced Arts Council's 10-year strategic plan, funding has fallen by almost half in real terms since 2011, at a time when demand and public support has only grown. 79% of people here support public investment in the arts, 87% believe it improves health and well-being, and 81% say it builds communities. While the strategic plan makes a strong case throughout, I think the following paragraph from the Chief Executive's foreword captures the situation particularly well. It is a regrettable truth that government investment in the arts sector in Northern Ireland has not always matched the incredible potential and impact it holds. Opportunities have been missed, and the growth of this wonderful sector has been hindered by a lack of adequate resources and recognition. But we refuse to be disheartened, for we firmly believe that our arts deserve better. Principal Deputy Speaker, part of the problem, as we've already heard from my committee colleague, is structure. The arts touches everything from health to education to the economy, but responsibility sits within the Department for Communities, which has a vast and diverse portfolio, and that's not a criticism of the Minister, it is just a reality. And that sometimes, and the criticism that I've heard, that it perhaps doesn't always get the attention and resources that they need. This has to change. We need joined-up thinking across departments. We need multi-year funding, as the motion calls for, to allow organisations to plan and grow. We need local councils brought in as proper partners, and we need to make sure access to the arts reaches every community.
Time's up, Andy.
Thank you.
Andy, sorry about that. He had cutting into people. Especially it's a 1 hour debate, so it's 3 minutes for everybody, just a wee ding-ding reminder. But thank you anyway, Ciara. Ferguson's next.
Principal Deputy Speaker, everybody in this chamber will agree that Derry City is well renowned due to having the first City of Culture status, and equally everyone will agree that the success of this was wholly due to the vibrancy, character and dedication of our local artists and our local art organisations. We all know that the arts are so much more than a form of entertainment. They're the beating heart of culture, driving individual well-being, strengthening our communities and driving social and economic vitality. However, the lived reality of our working and living conditions of our artists in the North is not reflective of the contribution which they make. The Prospective Economics report commissioned by the Arts Council in 2024 was stark in its findings. On average, artists here have to generate their income from at least 2.6 different sources. Last November in Stormont, we heard directly from talented Derry-based artist Maura McCallion and other equity members of how they're being forced to immigrate to tell stories of home on a foreign stage. Why are we exporting our creatives and denying their contribution to their own communities? Unfortunately, as we've heard, as a result of austerity, we have the lowest per capita in arts investment, approximately £5 per person here, twice the amount in Wales and 4 times the amount in the Republic of Ireland. This is something that needs to be addressed through additional investment and support over a longer period. Just recently in Derry, Echo Dance Theatre lost 100% of its core annual funding programme, endangering staff roles, community outreach and the very sustainability of their dance studio in the city walls. We have a duty to protect them and so many others. The arts have a significant social value. Art Matters have suggested that for every £1 invested in arts, there's an £8 return in local economic benefits. I want to finish by making a call on the Minister. You have rightly acknowledged the need for equitable funding, but now is the time to act. We need to rebalance distribution geography, ensuring places like Derry, Strabane, Coleraine, Fermanagh, our rural areas receive their fair share, and enable and support art organisations, not help to close them down. We need to provide stability for key organisations like Echo, and I think let us collectively ensure that artists, local artists and our locally based art organisations are adequately and equally supported to thrive right across our island. I would just like to remind us all that cutting arts funding is not saving, it is starving our local potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. I call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And it is clear from the debate so far that no one is in any doubt about the importance of the arts and our creative industry sector to Northern Ireland. For a relatively small population, we punch well above our weight when it comes to these sectors, whether it be our fantastic film production industry or our rapidly growing TV sector. Appropriate funding for these areas is vital to maintain Northern Ireland's competitive as well as creative edge. Indeed, my colleague Philip Brett and I are looking forward to attending the Studio Ulster launch in the Belfast Harbour Estate in North Belfast on Thursday evening, as funded by the Belfast Region City Deal. The DUP is getting on and delivering for the arts sector. The Communities Minister has announced an additional £500,000 to the Arts Council's opening resource budget this year. He has also increased its opening capital allocation by over 50% to £1.4 million. This investment will benefit people across Northern Ireland and shows our Minister's commitment to the sector. Despite what the opposition might claim, there is a clear appetite in this party to see increased funding for our arts sector. In addition to the vast investment given over the past 2 years to the Arts Council, the Communities Minister has provided more than £2 million to his department's partnership with Northern Ireland Screen. All of this investment in local initiatives will have a positive impact on all in society and continue to increase Northern Ireland's presence on the world stage. The Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme that was launched by the Minister last year is the catalyst for making the case for additional funding for the sector at the Executive. This initiative is key to creating policy, ideas and building partnerships in the arts and creative industries, something that will be paramount to the sector moving forward. At a local community level, it's important that unionist communities are not left behind when it comes to funding
for the arts and creative sectors. Unionist traditions and culture ought to be adequately supported by the Arts Council to ensure parity of opportunity and experience across the province. It is vital that funding for the arts and creative industries is used to ensure participation within these areas. The arts and creative industries should be accessible to all, no matter what your age or background, and funding should be targeted to ensure greater social inclusion across these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I call David Honeyford.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to look at this from an economy point of view, and the arts enables and creates local culture, and that's totally accurate and it's been said about us telling our story. But it's not just about that, and this is about jobs and skills and innovation and global competitiveness. We try to build a kind of vibrant region to move forward with, and the pathways for opportunities for people to excel and grow in career opportunities is massively important. And if we look at our screen industry as a shining example of local success, initially by international investment here, looking at locations, which is mushroomed into something much bigger and provides many opportunities for us. Belfast now has Titanic, Belfast Harbour, and the new Studio Ulster, which we visited a few weeks back. It's hard to put into words the scale of Studio Ulster and the potential of what that delivers for this region, leading a technology in the first time this has happened in the world, to be able to deliver services here, both for film and TV, but also for increasing gaming industry. But one of the real exciting things for me listening to it was the opportunities it was opening up for our young people from disadvantaged areas and disadvantaged backgrounds who were getting into gaming through a youth club setting, and the Studio Ulster being able to access kids who maybe are at the edge of our schooling network and our schooling system and not maybe fully engaged within the classroom, but once they came out of that and been able to engage through that youth club setting and create opportunities to allow them to develop skills and see opportunities and see a future ahead of them that they can grow and develop the skills that they can transform their lives and transform the opportunity. It opens all of those doors and creates the opportunity for people right across Northern Ireland, and I think that's to be really welcomed. You know, the industry supports an ecosystem of freelancers and small businesses. One of the other ones we were recently with as well was Deluxe Group, another manufacturing company, started making sets. I think they actually started shop fitting, and then they made sets, going right on now to developing some of the rides for film industry in the theme parks in the States. And that's a local small company that's growing through the arts and the potential, creating jobs and investment here. And I suppose that's the bit that we need to see scaled. We want to see the investment into the arts. When you've got something that's working, rather than pat it in the back, we need to put investment into it to see it grow. And that's really what the call for, and we support this motion to come forward. And thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Philip Brett.
Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion, and firstly we'll focus on my constituency of North Belfast, where you will be aware the arts sector continues to thrive. I want to pay tribute to many of the organisations who do fantastic work on a daily basis. Firstly, Newton Abbey Arts and Cultural Network, where the Minister has visited on a number of occasions, which bring disadvantaged young people together to produce their own music, make their own games, and we now have young people who are at the forefront of developing new gaming technology that's used in all parts of the globe. I want to pay tribute to New Lodge Arts and Arts for All, who continue to receive funding from the Department for Communities for the important work that they do in supporting the art sector. North Belfast is also home to some of our key cultural attractions. The OES Centre, which will be well known to the member for North Antrim, recently received vital funding from the Levelling Up programme, which will continue to ensure that the artists of the future have somewhere in our city centre in which they can thrive and grow. The Department for Communities continues to support the Mac Theatre through the Arts Council in the heart of North Belfast. I do, however, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, want to say that the Arts Council does need to be more reflective of the society in which it serves, and it does need to support arts in all its forms and ensure that its board and its membership is made up of people from all parts of Northern Ireland, all geographical locations, all backgrounds and all traditions, because ultimately this is meant to be a force for public good and should reflect the community in which it serves. I hope whenever the opposition are summing up their motion today, when they rightly call for more funding for the arts, they can articulate to the House where they want to see that funding come from, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and which programme or which project that they would like to see cut. I also do want to forcefully but politely disagree with Mr McHugh's remark that Northern Ireland wants to celebrate the work of NECAP, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I think an artist that are before the courts for chance of kill your MP is not something that we want to celebrate on the world stage. But this is a important debate. The Minister has, and in his budget allocations just 2 weeks ago, articulated once again £750,000 for instruments, for bands and for organisations across Northern Ireland. Of course, this may not be some of the cultural aspirations that some in this House share, but it's a vital one for Northern Ireland, and we look forward to receiving details of the £500,000 scheme in this financial year to support small venues across Northern Ireland so we can ensure our arts sector continues to thrive.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, take as read that we all care about the arts. Take as read that the arts means a lot to us. Take as read that we all care about communities from all backgrounds being able to access culture in our constituencies. In my constituency, obviously, I have very particular landmark cultural institutions like the Lyric Theatre. I won't spend much time listing them because they're amazing, they know they're amazing, and of course the Lyric Theatre won UK Theatre of the Year a year or two ago, so in a sense they don't need all that to be celebrated. What the arts sector need, bluntly, is more support. We had a round table upstairs with them earlier on, and I know the Arts APG, on which I sat for a long time, engages consistently with them on this, and what they want, frankly, and these are artists, these are people who often their day job is making best and most impactful use of words. They want more than warm words. They want a funding settlement. Now, I first of all acknowledge that in the last, a few weeks ago, the Minister did uplift the arts budget a bit, but that comes after a long-run, long-term structural squeeze on the arts budget in Northern Ireland. We in this island have a particular love, graw, for the arts, but we also have a particular hard need, bottom line need, to celebrate and support the arts because it's critical to our offer to tourism, to our hospitality offer, to a whole range of other things. It's also why lots of large companies that want to invest and create jobs in Belfast, Derry and other places want to do that. I will give way, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. Does the member know that in this building today we have a real live Oscar winner, James Martin, MenCap ambassador, the first person with Down syndrome to win an Oscar, is here today, and he is living testament to what can be achieved through the arts. And I agree firmly with Andy Allen's assertion that the arts sector is all about the North sector's arts sector is full of talents and full of potential. Agree fully with that, but sadly, 70% plus of the funding is for Belfast, and Newry, Mourne and Down and Armagh Banbridge combined only get 6%. Should be more fairness, surely.
I think he makes a fair point about regional bands. Of course, I think. Thank you. I'm glad you said that, man.
For that minute intervention.
I'm glad you said that. But I also think that. But the point, and the member in his distinctive way makes a very important point. It comes from Newry, home of the Sean Hollywood, a former SDLP politician and a brilliant champion of local arts, and indeed a relation of Sean Hollywood, who's our arts spokesperson, who convened the round table upstairs, Derry Finn. The point of that round table, what we heard clearly, was that artists want more than warm words. They have that in their day job. They want a funding settlement which enables them to do their jobs, not have to take second and third jobs, not have to emigrate necessarily. Yes, support the arts in our communities. And that's why I want to hear from the Minister today a commitment that he will at least do his best to work with the Finance Minister to produce a multi-year settlement that uplifts. I do want to challenge some of the points that have been made today. It was said that austerity was a reason for the squeeze in the arts budget. Let me say this, austerity was pernicious and awful. I hope that we will eventually emerge from that era of economic thinking. But Scotland, Wales and England all experienced austerity, as did the Republic of Ireland, by the way, for many years. We're way behind all of them in terms of art spending. So if austerity was to blame, then why are they so far ahead of us? That's the blunt point. Northern Ireland, despite our our particular love of the arts and need to support it, has been frankly pathetic in terms of funding it, and we have failed our artists. We need to do better, and we need to produce a multi-year plan with a specific uplift. People don't expect that we're going to match the South overnight. I don't think that would be realistic. But can we hear from the Minister today at least a trajectory that later this year we will have a multi-year plan? And if he wants to make that representation to the Finance Minister, he will have the opposition support. We aren't talking about earth-shattering amounts of money in the broad scheme of the executive budget over a multi-year settlement. Let's work towards increasing that so that we can celebrate our artists. And frankly, we need that for the pipeline of talent for our creative industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next speaker is the Minister for Communities, Mr Gordon Lance, to respond to the debate. The Minister will have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Foyle, Sinead McLaughlin, for bringing this debate to the Chamber today. I have to say I agree with nearly everything that she said, and indeed I've agreed with many of the comments made by the speakers right around the Chamber today. However, I would take issue, as she's probably going to expect, with a couple of comments that she has made. First of all, she said that I don't get it, that I don't get that the arts is an important lever in tackling economic inequality. I do. I fully grasp that. I fully understand it. I wish I was in a position to do more, but I absolutely understand the impact because I've seen it. I've seen it in communities in my own constituency. I've seen it in Mr Brett's and Mr Kingston's constituency and many, many others. It has a transformative impact, and I want to be able to do more, and I will address that more in my comments. And secondly, I think there has been a mischaracterisation of my position in regards to regional funding. I certainly agree with her that I want to see a regional balance. I don't think that there is at the minute. I think we need to see more of that. And when I was discussing this in the Chamber, I think it was last week, but potentially the week before, I highlighted my own constituency and my own council area, 0.4% of the overall arts budget. Yes, I understand the Arts Council is not the only organisation that delivers arts funding. I get it that many of the organisations that are based in Belfast still do work in areas outside Belfast and indeed right across Northern Ireland, but we actually are on the same page on this and wanting to make sure that we get that support right across Northern Ireland, and that's actually why I've taken some of the actions that I have. But today's motion focuses on the strategic importance of the arts and mechanics of support, but I do want to acknowledge that I fully understand that engagement in the arts can have a significance that is broader and deeper than many of the issues that we deal with here. I understand the intrinsic value of the arts that's often very personal, and it's often also difficult to quantify as well. And so when I speak of the arts, I mean its personal and intangible value, as well as the broader economic and social value that is at the core of today's debate, and that's what I want to turn to now. On the value of the arts and on the funding position, let me be crystal clear by reiterating what I said in this House in January. To members who think that the budget for the arts is not enough, I say that I agree. To members who think that the work and the contribution of the people who make up our arts sector is not understood or valued by me or in my department, I say that is far from the truth. But I understand words are one thing, and I know that people across this chamber will want to judge me on my actions, and I'm happy for that to happen, because everyone in this chamber will know the current financial landscape that we're in, that it's highly competitive, that it's strained, and that unpalatable choices have had to be made. But it's even against that backdrop that I've chosen to add £500,000 to the Arts Council opening resource budget this year. I've also increased its opening allocation for capital by over 50% to £1.4 million. First of all, for an initiative that will put instruments into people's hands right across Northern Ireland, across all communities and school groups and other musical and cultural groups, and for a small capital grants programme that will benefit arts activity and organisations across the whole of Northern Ireland. And this comes in addition to the more than £2 million I have provided to support my department's partnership with Northern Ireland Screen. That pattern was seen last year too, when I added almost £3 million in resource and capital funding to the Arts Council's opening allocations, and I will continue to invest in the arts and creative activity and to make the case for more investment from the Executive. But in order for me to make that case, it requires policy, ideas and partnerships. And the Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme that I launched in July last year will be the catalyst for that. In the first phase, it will renew policies on public libraries and on museums, and crucially it will fill the policy vacuum on the arts and for our historic environment. It's also important to recognise that the financial pressures felt in the arts sector and in many other areas across the Executive's work will not be dealt with solely through public funding, as Mr Bradley rightly referred to. We need to broaden funding sources and seek new avenues of support, ensure our funding and distribution structures are robust and effective. We need to work across Executive departments to recognise and maximise the impact of the arts, and these are all key tenets of the work being undertaken to develop the new arts policy. And rather than working in silos, the approach is intentionally collaborative and has already seen engagement between my officials and each of the other Executive departments, and by the way, in all 11 councils, which I think is very important. And from these engagements come a greater shared understanding of and appetite for the potential of the arts and culture to play an even bigger role across Executive priorities in health, education, the economy and so on. Today's debate has touched on the programme for government and the place of the arts in it. I take some issue with the idea that the arts are completely absent from the programme for government, while arts may not be captured in the PFG top priorities. If we look a little deeper into the wellbeing framework, we will find arts and culture as a key indicator across the work. I also think that we need to look at the PFG priorities as a whole and think of the contribution that people and organisations working in the arts actually make to efforts to grow the economy. And of course the creative industries sector is one within our economy with exceptional potential to grow. And on the relationship between the Department for the Economy and Department for Communities, the reality is that the engagement between officials on issues around the creative industries is positive and it is productive. Multi-year funding and delivery plan for the arts and creative industries. There are real positives to be found in multi-year funding agreements. There are a few downsides. However, the practical reality, of course, is that to be meaningful, a multi-year funding plan needs a multi-year budget. And absolutely, should the circumstances be allowed for multi-annual departmental budgets, which I believe we will soon see, I will certainly, for one, be embracing that opportunity.
There's an exercise going on at the minute which is 5-year business planning. Can I ask, is his department specifically looking at the potential for a 5-year art strategy as part of that 5-year business plan? And if not, might that be something he would take away?
Certainly something that we can look at. He'll be aware of the outworking of the new Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme that we are we're bringing forward, but certainly I'll not be found wanting when it comes to engaging with other Executive departments, in particular economy and finance, to deal with the issues that he has raised. And as I've said, there are a few downsides to that, and I think one of the issues that many people face within the arts sector is that lack of certainty moving forward. We see this across the community and voluntary sector as well, that those who spend a large proportion of the year waiting to find out whether they will have a job at the start of the next financial year. And I think that's where we can make a positive difference as well. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I just want to place on record that I believe that talent, creativity and aspiration should not be based on postcode, and neither should the opportunity. In the work being done, I aim to ensure that there is equality of opportunity for people wherever they are in Northern Ireland to participate in the arts, and to ensure we have greater participation and engagement at the grassroots and across all age groups. To achieve that, I want to see greater support and recognition for grassroots and community-based arts. This shouldn't be at the expense of the people and organisations that make up the core of our arts infrastructure and whose current contribution and great potential to do more I have reflected on in earlier comments. but we must ensure that everyone has access to the arts and to realising their potential if they have the interest and talent, no matter their background, location or their personal circumstance. And this is all the more important when the evidence shows that people from working class backgrounds are underrepresented in our creative industry. That should not be the case, because we have that talent and that ambition throughout all of our communities, and I pledge to be a minister that works hard to make sure that that opportunity is there for everyone, no matter where they come from. So I want to thank members for their contributions today. I look forward to the support of this House for initiatives like those that will come through the Heritage, Culture and Creativity programme, not just because we believe that this is good for people's well-being and for our society, but we know the economic potential and benefits that it can bring as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Our next speaker is Colin McGrath to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. I advise you, Colin, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank everybody for their contributions in this debate today. I think and I hope that it goes to show that not every debate that the opposition brings has to turn into a slinging match and that people have disagreements. There is that opportunity for us all to galvanise around a particular subject and to be able to have the conversations and to understand exactly what it is that people within our communities want. I think there is also a fault in the fact that we're all agreeing, and I think we need to come back and I'll revisit that, because it isn't just about us being in this room saying that we agree with the issues, that we understand the problems. What we actually need to do is to move on and address those, and that is because the arts are not just a cultural embellishment. They are essential to our way of life. Their value goes far beyond the economic output, and it reaches into something much deeper and ultimately more profound than statistics or the budget bottom lines can measure. Properly investing in the arts will impact every facet of our lives, whether it's in education, health and well-being, or those who challenge injustices wherever it can be found. And I think certainly in our meeting with the cross-sectoral group this morning, that was brought to the fore. The arts impacts every element of life. It probably cuts across every single department, even down to the funding for some projects through DERA, which may not be something that is traditionally seen as a department that would be recognised in supporting the arts, but they are taking place through many of the various departments because it cuts across much of our life. And yet here in Northern Ireland today, we invest less in the arts than anywhere else on these islands, anywhere. We presently invest just over £5 per person per year, and that compares to nearly 26 in the South. And I echo the remarks made by the Leader of the Opposition, my colleague Matthew O'Toole, who said that even though there were strains on budgets everywhere else, probably more profound so than here, they have still managed to invest more money into the arts. And the question is, why? Well, I think the answer to that question is because they invest in it, because they identify it as a priority, they understand the importance of it, and then they follow it up with the funding. And it's that funding that makes the reality of what takes place. And also, there was references as well to the fact that a lot of the artists felt that whenever we had a decal department, and I know the Principal Deputy Speaker will have great affinity for that, that Department of Culture, Arts and Leisure, it was named. In terms of this executive, the executive named the arts as something in the title of one of its departments, and not to take away from the work that the Communities Minister does, but I understand that he has a lot of work to do, because it's housing, whether it's anti-poverty strategy, whether it's local councils, whether all of the work that is done within his department, it must be very difficult to be able to focus on the arts, and the budget that is there, it has a lot of other competing areas, and maybe that might be something for the future. I don't think we're going to be rearranging our departments tomorrow, but maybe there could be a consideration, maybe just where we place it might help it to get the priority that it actually needs. We have referenced as well, and it's a little bit troubling that it's absent from the current programme for government, any priority for the arts, and this is where the artists were concerned about the hypocrisy that was that. They see the ministers turning up for events, they see the ministers and other MLAs, all of us MLAs, turning up to opening events, and I know there was some that were referenced in some other constituencies, but then they say whenever it comes to try and get the funding to do their work, it's not there, and they feel that that is a little bit two-faced. So we also ask, for example, where are the ministers with the Riverside Theatre? I mean, we talked about wanting to move things and accepting that things need to move outside of Belfast and Derry, and yet the theatre, the biggest theatre to be threatened with closure right across Northern Ireland, is based not in Belfast, not in Derry, but in Coleraine. There was even an attempt, I think, to reference that one community or other would not be getting the same benefit, and we want to see that benefit in communities that are underrepresented. I don't think closing a facility in Coleraine is doing anything to balance that out. And if we talk about the economic benefit, as was being delivered and referenced in many member speeches, well, we could, the Minister for Economy, that's her constituency, and that is where the theatre is closing down. I've run out of time. I think with the arts we could all talk for much longer. Maybe we'll have a much longer debate about it in the future, but let's try and help those artists. Let's give them the stability of income that helps them to do their work, which ultimately helps all of us.
Thank you, Colin. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on a moratorium on mineral licensing. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses concern at the recent approval of 7 new mineral prospecting licences, regrets that the decision has been made despite strong public opposition and likely significant environmental and social impacts, recognises that the current regulatory framework for mineral licensing is not fit for purpose, calls on the Minister for the Economy to withdraw approval for these licences, and further calls on the Minister to place a moratorium on the granting of any new prospecting licences or renewal of existing licences until the regulatory framework for licensing has been reviewed and amended.
Thank you. I call on Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion. Thank you, Sinead. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 3 minutes. Sinead, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to express deep concern and disappointment at the Economy Minister's decision to approve 7 new mineral prospecting licences across counties Tyrone, Armagh and Fermanagh, effectively opening the door to full-scale mining in some of the most beautiful and environmentally sensitive parts of our region. This decision is fundamentally at odds with the direction our society needs to take. At a time when the programme for government promises climate action, biodiversity restoration and a green economy, the Department is enabling extractive practices that risk polluting our water, scarring our landscapes and locking us into an outdated model of development. The public's opposition to this was overwhelming. The Department received 2,163 consultation responses. 2,153 of them were objections. That's 99.5%. What happened? The Minister ignored them. If we consult the public and then dismiss their views, we undermine trust in our institutions and in our democracy. This is a slap in the face for local communities who care deeply about the land they live on, the water they drink, and the environment they want to pass on to their children. This decision is part of a wider failure to protect the environment. The RHI scandal, where a renewable scheme encouraged waste, the ongoing pollution of Lough Neagh, illegal dumping at Maboy, where local communities had to fight for accountability. This licensing decision allows the same pattern: disregard for public concern, disregard for environmental risk. The Minister has argued that exploration doesn't equal extraction and that there are no lawful barriers. But the public aren't reassured by such technicalities. They understand that where exploration starts, mining often follows. Worse still, this decision contradicts the Minister's own previous position. Before taking office, she called for a moratorium on new licences until the regulatory framework was reviewed. That's a matter of public record. What changed? Unfortunately, this isn't an isolated case of inconsistency. The Minister has recently floated the idea of increasing tuition fees here, while Sinn Féin campaigns to abolish them in the South. What kind of double speak and double think is that? It damages public confidence. Speaker, this motion gives the Assembly an opportunity to correct course. It calls on the Minister to withdraw approval for these licences and to place a moratorium on all new and renewed prospecting licences until the regulatory framework is properly reviewed and reformed. It calls on us to align our actions with our environmental commitments. Words alone won't restore public trust or protect our planet. We should be leading the way on a green industrial strategy with clean energy, circular economy principles and sustainable development at its heart. The public is not opposed to development. They are opposed to the wrong kind of development. They want protection, not exploitation. Let's listen, let's lead, and let's act in the public interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Emma Sheeran.
Priu Lash Concordia, and I rise on behalf of Sinn Féin to speak to this motion, and in doing so I hope to bring some clarity to the debate. Because the process of issuing of mineral licences is archaic, it is convoluted and it is complex, so much so that it appears the opposition don't understand how it works. So let me enlighten you all. As it currently stands, there is no legal framework to introduce a moratorium on the issuing of prospecting licences referred to in the motion. The framework that we are bound to is out of date and it lacks transparency. And so to change that, when Sinn Féin came into the Department for Economy, we initiated a comprehensive review of all mineral licensing policies. The aim of this is to introduce a system that is fair and accountable, a method that prioritises local communities and the environment over the interests of corporate bodies. The responses from the consultation are clear in terms of the view of the people. That must be respected, and the legal requirement to grant the licences in spite of the evidence against doing so is testament to the need for change that we are implementing. And I hope all members across the House will be supportive as this process is worked through. And on a separate issue, because I know some headlines have confused these matters, let me state clearly for the record. We in Sinn Féin remain completely opposed to any plan that would allow private companies to mine our hills for gold and silver. Our opposition to this is based in evidence. Since 2016, Sinn Féin representatives were raising serious concerns about the proposed gold mine in the Sperrins, an area that you will all know is very dear to me. In my own part of South Derry, given our proximity to the aforementioned plans, we met with experts, took advice from scientists, and on the back of that, drafted a motion to bring to our party, Ardèche, which subsequently became party policy. Of course, gold and silver prospecting licences are a separate conversation. They're not managed locally. They remain within the remit of the British Crown Estate. And that fact alone serves as an insight as to what is wrong with our current political arrangement. We don't control our own affairs, and I feel that it would be better for everyone who feels that way and agrees with us in that regard to work together with us to change it, rather than to take cheap and misguided political shots. Sinn Féin will continue to advocate for the protection of our landscape and for a licensing regime that is transparent, accountable and guided by the principles of sustainability and public interest. And I would urge everyone to join us in that endeavour.
Thank you. I call Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, there should be a moratorium on the granting of any new prospecting licences for precious minerals or renewal of existing licences until the regulatory framework for licensing has been reviewed and amended.
They're not my words, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. They're the words of the then Chair of the Economy Committee and now Minister for the Economy, Dr. Kiva Archibald. The motion brought today to this House, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I think is a very good attempt by the opposition to call out, which some may say is hypocrisy, in that you say one thing in opposition and then when you hold office and the ability to deliver that, you do another thing. The Minister, in her answer on those queries, has said that she was legally bound to release those licences and allow them to take place. However, I think most people will see that this is a U-turn in the position of Sinn Féin on this issue. It's not a U-turn that we disagree with, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'm not even sure it's a U-turn that all members of the opposition disagree with either, given we can see who is in attendance at this debate this afternoon and who indeed is not. So I will leave it to the SDLP and to Sinn Féin to fight amongst themselves on this issue, and the DUP will be opposing the motion before us today.
I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. I want to make a few brief comments in support of the motion today alongside some of my Alliance colleagues. I'm deeply concerned about the recent approval of 7 new mineral prospecting licences in Northern Ireland. As we strive to strike a balance between economic growth and environmental protection, we cannot afford to overlook the potential consequences of such actions. This decision represents a troubling regression in our commitment to environmental protection. Mineral prospecting poses significant risks to our natural habitats, including potential habitat destruction, soil and water contamination, as well as disruptions to local wildlife. In Northern Ireland, where landscapes are among our greatest assets, we should be prioritising the restoration of nature over its exploitation. Biodiversity is delicate. Once harmed, recovery is often slow and in some cases impossible. The approval of these licences came despite overwhelming public opposition, which is being referenced, with an astonishing 99.5% of respondents expressing their concerns during the consultation process. It is imperative that the Minister for the Economy listens to these expressed views and prioritises a review of the regulatory framework for mineral licensing to ensure that future decisions are rooted in sustainable practices that honour our natural resources. I'd also like to clarify some issues in relation that do not fall within the remit of the ERA Minister. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency are only involved when it comes to the issue of planning, while the NIEA have indicated that these licences allow only non-intrusive geophysical and geochemical surveys. They have also assured us that more invasive activities will require full planning permission. Nevertheless, the risk of environmental degradation remains a significant concern that we cannot afford to ignore. Our landscapes and ecosystems deserve stronger protections than what is currently being offered by these licences. As members of this Assembly, we hold a responsibility to protect our environment while also embracing economic opportunities. It is no longer viable to view these two objectives as opposing forces. The Alliance Party will persist in promoting policies and initiatives that value our natural landscapes, safeguard and improve our environment, and foster biodiversity while aiding nature's recovery. In closing, we must ensure that our policies are fit for the challenges of the 21st century, especially when we become increasingly aware of the implications of our actions on the environment and the species with whom we share our resources. Therefore, Principal Deputy Speaker, we support the motion and urge others to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diana Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker, we all want to see progress across society with the building of new homes, growing the economy, providing good paid jobs in areas often overlooked, but the motion before us may risk just that. The motion calls for a review of the current framework, but the Department is already reviewing the framework to update it. The scoping document states the review will assess the economic, societal and environmental impacts of mineral exploration and mining in Northern Ireland. Of course, it's essential that environmental concerns are included, and I hope the process will also promote greater community consultation. However, this motion before us simply misrepresents the nature of mineral prospecting licences and risks undermining Northern Ireland's economic and strategic interests. Let us be clear, a mineral prospecting licence is not a licence to mine. It permits only low-impact exploration, not extraction. There is no automatic progression from prospecting to mining, and each stage is subject to separate rigorous regulatory scrutiny. Northern Ireland's mineral resources are vital to our economy and our future. The Strategic Planning Policy Statement recognises that minerals are essential to a sustainable quality of life. They support construction, manufacturing, agriculture, and crucially, the green technologies needed to meet our climate goals. Without domestic sources of critical minerals, we risk deepening our reliance on imports, often from unstable or adversarial countries with lower environmental standards and human rights issues. The motion refuses to acknowledge that the global transition to renewable energy, electric vehicles and digital infrastructure depends heavily on access to critical minerals and rare earth elements. But we shouldn't be putting barriers in the way of Indigenous exploration that Northern Ireland can benefit from. We should be strengthening the framework. The mineral products sector here already supports thousands of jobs with 160 quarries, mines and sand pits in Northern Ireland, particularly in rural areas where opportunities are limited. You need only to look at parts of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, where the development of this sector has transformed communities, particularly with companies like Mannock, formerly Quinn's, now a powerhouse in industry, whose roots started in simple gravel pit in Fermanagh. In fact, 75% of quarries and pits are located in areas designated as targeting social need. Therefore, this is not just about industry, it's about regional development and social equity. I would have thought the proposers of this motion supported that. Or are they advocating for closure of companies in my constituency, putting jobs and families at risk? In conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this motion, while well-meaning, is based on misunderstanding and fear. It threatens economic growth, job creation and our ability to transition to a greener future. As public representatives, we must commit to evidence-based regulation and responsible resource management. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's important motion. The decision to grant 7 mineral licences, despite overwhelming public opposition, flies in the face of reason, logic and science. Friends of the Earth, Save Our Sperrins, and I want to welcome Fidelma and Cormac and others in the gallery today, have highlighted multiple worrying issues about an adequate and predetermined consultation process, which I believe is what has happened. They've also raised concerns about a lack of equality and strategic environmental assessments and proper environmental screening and superficial due diligence. As we've heard, Deputy Speaker, on the issue of public consultation, over 2,000 people and 4 councils objected to these licences being granted, and that's 99.5% of respondents. And it seems that the dissenting voices of the public and even the councils are dismissed and do not matter. But the lobbying of Peter Mandelson and the US Congressmen holds infinitely more weight with the Minister and her executive colleagues. In 2022, as was alluded to, the current Economy Minister then held a finance portfolio. She called for a moratorium on all prospecting licences. Now, 3 years later, she's made a catastrophic U-turn and decided to grant them. Many, including myself, wonder why that's the case. If the Minister wants to claim that the Department's legal advice on this is sound, then they should publish it. And also, what's the point of ministers if they can't act? And if the Minister wants to disingenuously claim her department doesn't grant prospecting licences for gold and silver, those who live and work in the Sperrins know full well that prospecting licences are a first step to get access to precious metals. And in a bizarre neo-colonial twist, the Crown Estate owns the rights to precious metals buried in Derry and receives a 4% tax on those that are mined. So this could well be to the benefit of the royal family. What an irony there. People and places, Deputy Speaker, are not extractable resources. Our Sperrins or elsewhere are not a blank slate for the accumulation of capital and wealth for shareholders, corporations or anybody else. And it's not too late for the Minister standing in place to take action, or the Economy Minister to listen to voices of local communities, the campaigners and the vast majority of public, and rescind these licences. The member for Mid-Ulster talked about not controlling our own affairs. And that can't be used as an excuse to give cover to our party colleague, the Minister for the Economy, and her approach to do the bidding of big American, Canadian and other multinational extractive companies who are only interested in one thing, not jobs, not communities in Mid-Ulster or elsewhere, but profit. And there's no point, in my view, Deputy Speaker, in decrying...
Jerry.
Oh, time. Okay.
Sorry
about that. Okay.
Sorry, Jerry. It's 3 minutes per speaker for an hour's debate. David, we've added your name to the list.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Listen, I rise to support the motion. It's really disappointing that the Department has authorised the 7 mineral licences in the past number of weeks to move forward this. And I have to point out, last week we saw Sinn Féin voting with the DUP and TUV, which looks like it's happening again, on a public consultation around nutrients. And so when it comes to the environment, we're seeing repeatedly here that there's words been said and games been played rather than actually standing up for believing what you say in this House. And I think that has to be called out. It has to be called out. We had a debate last week only on a consultation on a nutrients programme. And that was voted against. So environmental issues are not at the priority they should be, and I think that's something we can't ignore and we have to highlight. But Alliance will continue to raise the environmental destruction that is happening around us, be that Lough Neagh or be that in these the minerals. The public opposition to this is absolutely widespread. And most of it is coming from those rural and border areas. And I've talked many times about sharing this island and living this together and sharing this place and moving forward in that basis. But we've seen repeatedly that we've heard from the South that they don't think we're capable of dealing with this either. And this affects them, and there's got to be a voice, and there's got to be discussion across border. I met the Save Our Spurrins campaign group recently, and I had really good engagement with them, meeting and listening to their stories. And one of the heartbreaking stories that a couple of them raised about the bogland being dug there and been raised. I know it's not quite just on this, but it's it's the same area and the same issues and the same thing. Issues been raised right across. One of the guys talking about cancers within his children and the rise or seem to be, and there mightn't be any scientific logic to that in the area because nothing's ever been looked at. But surely that the stories of that coming through of that we need to look just closer at licensing and have more regulation around this. 2,100 responses, 99% or nearly 100%, 99.5% opposed this. Every council area that the licensor in stated their formal opposition. That has got to count for something. And from Alliance, we support this, and we'll support this motion. So thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Junior Minister Riley to respond to the debate for the Minister for the Economy, as she is unavailable. The Speaker outlined this at the start of today's session. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes. Thank you.
And I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion on behalf of Minister Archibald. The legal framework for mineral prospecting licences is contained within the 1969 Minerals Development Act. It is important to note and to be very clear that this Act does not cover precious metals. As has been mentioned here before, gold and silver are retained matters and come under the control of the Crown Estate. Members should therefore be aware that this debate has nothing to do with gold exploration. Instead, it concerns minerals such as zinc, copper, aluminium, lithium, nickel, cobalt, manganese and graphite. These minerals are vital for renewable technologies, including wind turbines and electricity networks. Our climate change targets will only be achieved if we transition our energy production away from burning fossil fuels to more greener, renewable sources. That transition requires minerals. For example, a typical electric car requires 6 times more mineral inputs than a conventional car. Recycling is an important component in increasing supply, and the Department for the Economy is currently working with a number of local companies who are major players in this field. For example, Ionic Technologies, based here in Belfast, is fast becoming a world leader in the recycling of rare earth minerals from used magnets. As well as the work on recycling, the Department is also supporting many circular economy policies aimed at reducing mineral inputs and addressing issues with product life cycles. While the Department is pushing to increase the reuse of minerals, this will not in itself meet the needs of the green transition. It is important that the licensing framework for minerals provides the highest level of environmental protection, and that is why a comprehensive review of the existing mineral regime is underway. As part of this review, the Department for the Economy last week issued a tender for the required strategic environmental and habitats regulation assessments. In addition, a call for evidence will take place in the autumn. The review will also be informed by developments in the EU and in Britain. The motion calls for the withdrawal of the 7 new mineral prospecting licences, which the Department for the Economy granted on the 8th of May 2025. It also calls for a moratorium until the regulatory framework for licensing has been reviewed and amended. When the former Economy Minister took up office, his intention was to implement a moratorium while the review took place. However, it will take a number of years to complete the research and the necessary environmental assessments, develop a new policy, carry out a full public consultation and draft and enact the legislation. The legal advice provided to the Department for the Economy confirms that because it will take a number of years before a new legislative framework is in place, it would be illegal to put a moratorium in place. It is also important to note that licences are assessed by officials in the Department for the Economy. They are not approved by the Economy Minister, and this is a quasi-legal process. It should also be noted that the Department produced a comprehensive report responding to the issues raised during the consultation stage, which is available on the Department's website. So the review of the minerals regime is progressing, but this is a significant piece of work, and in the meantime the existing legislation must be complied with. In conclusion, it should be noted that mineral prospecting licences has been in place for many years with no evidence of any environmental issues. The Department has received legal advice that it would be illegal for the Minister to retrospectively withdraw approval for the 7 new licences or put in place a moratorium on considering the granting of any new mineral prospecting licences. The Minister's Department will continue to monitor the work of the licensees and ensure compliance with the regulatory framework. Officials will push ahead with a review of their minerals regime, and the Minister looks forward to consulting with members and the public throughout the course of that review. And in the meantime, the Department is legally required to treat any new applications for mineral prospecting licences in line with the existing legislation.
Our next speaker is Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind up on the debate, and advise you, Matthew, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I am slightly at a loss to how to cover a few of the points we have raised in the course of this debate, and obviously it would be helpful if the Minister was here to respond, because we've just heard the Minister did not formally approve these mineral licences, but rather that was done by her department. I think obviously it would be helpful if the Minister herself was here to explain and expand on precisely her role, what say she has in the granting of these licences and what questions she has asked her officials. I'm afraid we're not able to do that because the Minister isn't here to account for that. That is a shame. Our job as the official opposition is to hold ministers to account, and I don't think it's unreasonable that ministers come to the chamber in opposition time and answer those questions. But I'll move on. I'll respond to a few of the points. Emma Sheeran, who does care a lot about the Sperrins, and I know she's very passionate about them. She's grown up there, and no doubt she cares a huge amount about them, and I don't dispute that. But Emma appeared to indicate that she said a moratorium wasn't legally possible. Of course, it is important to say that that's exactly what the current Economy Minister, when she was chair of the Economy Committee, called for. It was a moratorium. She wrote to the then Economy Minister to ask for that. Now that she has that exact power, apparently she doesn't have the power, or she's not able to do that. Separately, we're told that granting the licences is a way to get to a moratorium, if I'm understanding it correctly. You couldn't get to a moratorium without granting the licences. I'm afraid I'm slightly none the wiser as to what we're actually being corrected, and we're accused as the opposition of taking cheap potshots and misunderstanding how the rules work. Well, if that's true of us, then it's also true of Save Our Sperrins, the campaign group, who are vociferously opposed to the granting of these new licences and have said so publicly. So it's all well and good to accuse the opposition of taking a potshot. I will give away in a second. Yeah, it's all well and good to accuse us of taking a potshot, but we are actually saying the same thing, or at least asking the same questions as Save Our Sperrins. Happy to give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and you've helpfully outlined Sinn Féin's party position in terms of the desire to see a moratorium, and that is what the current Economy Minister called for. And she went into the department after her predecessor Conor Murphy had already explored whether or not that was possible, seen that it was not, and initiated a review. I outlined that.
Members, next a minute.
I appreciate that, and I'm glad to give way, but I'm still none the wiser as to how that precisely works and precisely why the position, I'm afraid, appears to be as clear as mud. But I'll move on just on a couple of the other couple of other points. Happy to give way. Yeah.
Member giving way. Does the member agree with me that a moratorium would be completely pointless if licences are granted and approved, excuse me, for companies to begin and extend that process of extraction?
Obviously, these are prospecting licences, but I certainly think it is true that the granting of prospecting licences creates a momentum, and that is part of the point. Once you create a prospecting licence, obviously you then create a situation in which you say, well, look, we found this X mineral, and I take the point, and the point has been made that this excludes gold and silver because that is done through a separate process. But there is very real public opposition in this part of our island to continued extraction, and people are very, very serious about that. I just want to touch on a point that was made by Diane Armstrong, who, to be fair, engaged and made an honest argument effectively in favour of what she would see as economic activity, mining and quarrying. This motion doesn't say that we should shut down every slate quarry or limestone quarry in the north. It doesn't say that. It says that we should. So I'm afraid it's important not to conflate the agreed and licensed extraction of building materials by quarry companies with prospecting for rare earth materials, with real public health and environmental concerns in local communities. Why that matters is that we have an abysmal record in this place in terms of the environment, and I'm afraid it got worse last week. A consultation document on nutrients, and nutrients which are, and again to repeat the point, this is not an assault on farmers. Farmers deserve to be consulted, and they deserve to be they're vital to who we are. But that nutrients action plan is one key step, whether it's implemented exactly as it stands or reviewed after the consultation. Sinn Féin and the DUP and the TUV and the Ulster Unions voted to bin even the consultation last week. How, and that's by the way, as Lough Neagh becomes our greatest natural resource, an open-air cesspool. Do I have an extra minute?
Oh, you do, but I've just asked you to return to the motion, Matthew.
I will, and I return to the motion by saying if one natural resource, that's Lough Neagh, is being left per most of the executive simply thinking it's fine, we don't need to do anything about it, we can let it drift into basically being an open-air cesspool. Are we to trust that the executive takes the sparrows and other beautiful parts of our natural environment with the same seriousness? I'm afraid I don't think we can have that level of trust, to be absolutely candid, which is why we're putting down today's motion. We are serious about protecting our environment. Of course, we also want to see economic development, we want to see investment, but not at the cost of protecting our greatest natural resource, straight in the face of the express wishes of the local communities. I commend our motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Matthew. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on justice and the rule of law. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly acknowledges that 26 years have passed since the publication of the Patent Commission report on policing in Northern Ireland, expresses regret that its vision has not been realised due to insufficient resourcing, unresolved legacy issues and inadequate oversight, recognises the risks to public safety, tackling crime effectively and public confidence in the PSNI, and calls on the Executive to work with the UK and Irish governments to commission an expert-led independent review to examine how rule of law institutions have functioned in Northern Ireland since the devolution of policing and justice.
Thank you very much. I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. In light of the fact that, and I understand there are good reasons in terms of health why the Justice Minister isn't here, but in light of the fact this would be our second debate in a row where the relevant Minister was not here to account to the opposition,
Matthew,
not moved.
Not moved. Okay, appreciate that. Okay, so the motion is not moved. Okay. Of course.
Just a very brief point of order, Madam Principal Speaker. Accepting there will always be reasons, good reasons, legitimate reasons why ministers cannot come to the Chamber. Can I just ask again the Speaker's office look at the issue around ministers coming to the Chamber on opposition days and the seriousness of our role and responding to our points and debates?
Absolutely. I'll do that on your behalf. Could members just take their ease, please? Minister, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to catch your breath. Just fair play. Are you ready to go? Right. Okay, everybody, bit of order, please. We're all delighted to see the Minister of Health. So the next item of business is the introduction of the Adult Protection Bill. I call on the Minister of Health to move the first stage.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to introduce the Adult Protection Bill.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the long title?
A bill to make provision for the purposes of protecting adults from harm and for connected purposes.
Thank you. That constitutes the the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Thank you. We're swiftly moving on. So, the next item of business is further consideration stage of the Agricultural Bill. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Andrew Muir, to move the bill.
I move that the further consideration stage of the Agricultural Bill be now taken.
There is no opportunity to discuss the Agricultural Bill today. Members, of course, will be able to have a full debate at the final stage. So the further consideration stage of the Agricultural Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. The next item of business on the order paper is the adjournment. As you were advised earlier, we've been notified that the proposer of the adjournment topic will not be proposing that today. It's on the order paper. So the question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.